was just posted there, and this is the quality of intel that we get, which is why I highly recommend you join. And look, you can just join for 1 month, $2. We don't kick anybody out unless they're overtly asking for it. And I did have to kick a couple of people out recently, but they know why. Erica Bear says not using Rumble anymore. I will, but Rumble's $25 a month to stream. So if I can get about 5 or 10 more people who want Rumble, I will do it. I just wanted to make sure we had enough people to justify it. It's a great platform. It really is. It's just another one of these places that emerged because there's a vacuum created when YouTube and Twitch and others and Facebook have taken a real hard stance against free speech. Oh, even DLive, let's not forget. DLive, just another tentacle of the Chi-Coms. Astro World, Sacrifice. Astro dies at 64. And now this. The Astros are going to the World Series. This is from 1023. And if you look here, it says Astro World, and then it says the word hit. And just the imagery and the constant use of these phrases, I'm starting to think, and there's one more thing that leads me to think this, but I'm starting to think that we're going to see some kind of an asteroid hit us. I think we're being prepared. I think it's in the script here. So we're reading the stitching on the fastball. We're predicting based on what they're telling us. William Shatner goes to space and says there's going to be a catastrophic event. He's this face of not just space right now, Captain Kirk in the new space age, but he's the face of Michael Myers, the guy with the knife in the movie Halloween. So Travis Scott was wearing that Michael Myers mask. And then you have the 17 people transported from Astro World to the hospital after this sacrifice-like event. 17. Just like you had 17 people, or 17 stab wounds on David Ames when he was killed there in the UK. This number 17 has been consistently used recently with this concept of sacrifices. Even the QAnon guy who said Q told him to do it, the guy who speared his children to death, stabbed them 17 times. Then you had Joker in a subway in Japan on Halloween stabbing people. How many? 17. So the connection here is the ritualistic killings, the 17, the face of the killer, pronouncing an incoming catastrophic event that he could foresee from his vantage point, 66 miles above the Earth, discussing the fragility of the Earth. I'm thinking that, I think we're being told that maybe the sky is going to fall very soon. I mean, not literally the whole sky, but who knows? I've also found a few little suggestions here and there, Deep Impact Armageddon style stuff where they have their DART system, which is intended to kind of like shooting down a Scud missile. Only this is space defense, shooting down an asteroid. All the types of stuff that we've been more or less prepared for by the assistant of Wernher von Braun, who communicated what she believed was a warning from him about the future, where the world would be united by a universal threat. So asteroids first, and then UFOs, or aliens. Let me play a clip here, and then I'll follow it up. Let me just play it first. This is Einstein's warning about the moon and the future of humanity.
Century ahead, the trajectory of the moon will be getting closer to Earth with each passing year, affecting all life and civilization as we know it. And that if we don't act swiftly in technological advancements and space travel, the course of the moon and its projected orbit will likely collide with the planet in the early 2020s or 2030s. We must act now.
So that's a clip of Einstein. It says, learn the truth, moontruth.net. Einstein warning us that the moon's going to collide with the Earth, 2020, 2030, do something to stop it. Now, this is one of these points. I think it's great to illustrate how a lot of people don't know the difference between real and fake, and I think that's intentional. But this is actually a fabricated piece for Moonfall. Moonfall is a movie about the sky falling. And this is actually going to be hitting the theaters in 2 months and 23 days. And I'm bringing this up because the idea of the sky falling is such a consistent theme this year and has been. In fact, 42 years ago, Skylab fell. And I pointed it out because, well, for a few reasons. Things were seemingly repeating. And interestingly enough, there is a movie out right now about Skylab falling, and it's a comedy. I believe it's going to be out here very soon. Skylab movie, Times of India. It says crashing into a theater near you. Yep, called Skylab. Well, we'll see. I'll probably watch it, as terrible as it probably is. But to me, this is just more indication here, I think, that there's something being planned, and these images and these ideas are being planted in the mass psyche, as well as our responses are being conditioned. I mean, take for example the movie Independence Day. That pretty much gave you in the subtext the story of 9/11. Alien invasion, president stands up after all the buildings fall and tells everyone they're going to fix it. Everyone rallies around the president. And in many ways, people's frame of reference was shaped by that movie. They said, oh, the building's falling. It was like from the movie Independence Day. So think about all the movies about asteroids. And even the recent news events. Space rock falls into a woman's house and it lands on the pillow next to her head. And the thing is, it was witnessed. There were people who saw it falling and it looked like a fireball. But this fireball went through her roof, landed on her bed, and didn't bounce. October 15th, after a fireball streaked through the Canadian sky, a space rock crashed down to Earth through her ceiling and landed on her bed. 2.8 pounds. So take a 3-pound weight and drop it on your bed from the ceiling and tell me it's not going to bounce. So it looked fake to me, but it doesn't matter if it's fake or it looks fake to me. It'll convince 99% of the people. Erica Bear says it looked like or sounded like a fake voice on Einstein. Right. Well, you calling it fake is actually disinformation. Calling anything fake is dangerous misinformation. Fake is the new F word. They really have made it a point to promote the idea that the non-believers in the news, as though news is something to just believe, are somehow problematic. Your words kill. CEO of Pfizer says you're a criminal for spreading misinformation, which implicates him and the WHO and the CDC and Fauci and all the rest because everything they're saying now contradicts what they said more than a year ago. So by definition, they're in the wrong. Demi Lovato says she wants to date an extraterrestrial. She's tired of humans. Now, what's she going to do if she doesn't find ET? So she's trying to date up. She wants to go to something a little more evolved, I guess. Because, no joke, I went out for some French fries and I sat at the drive-thru for like 20 minutes. They were so inept. But while I was waiting, in front of me, this couple passed, and one of them had like fox ears and a tail. And it was a furry. If you know what a furry is, it's some kind of subgroup where people identify as animals. So I saw my first furry today. So anyway, she can't find an alien. Maybe she can find a human who identifies as an alien. Like, could you do that? I identify as an alien. In fact, what did I see here about that? I think Elon Musk was talking about how on Mars, we're going to have really weak bones and our skin will be green. I'll see if I can find that article. So many things to talk about here. Space station dodging space debris from a Chinese weapon test in 2007. Slashgear.com. The ISS is making an emergency space junk swerve. What are they getting us ready for? Jordan says furries are everywhere in Washington. Right. Well, no judgment. I thought it was an interesting juxtaposition because it looked like the furry, the fox, was owned by what looked like someone from, I would guess, MS-13. Bald, tats, muscle shirt, bandana. Looked like a gangster and a human fox. Okay, let's see here. Going through my headlines, we're talking about the space junk and the fact that it came from China. Oh yeah, here was the correlation I wanted to make. So, if you remember the story, when the Chinese space junk was about to land, they said, okay, well, this is just another example of China being reckless and endangering the international community. Well, isn't that the exact same story with the bat and the virus? That China and their recklessness endangered the whole international community? So there's a parallel story here. And the story basically is they have plausible deniability, but it seems like the ones who are most likely to cause the big disasters happen to be the same ones again and again in these instances, and it's the same kind of pattern. Is it negligence from their space junk, or were they intentionally testing this out? What is it? Are they going to take down America's space station and then just assume superiority in space and make it look like, oopsie, sorry, instead of an overt take it? Okay, that's The Edges in Your Mind, the great Chief Crow, who has a new album out, by the way, Illuminati Nation, Illumination Nation. Let me find out what the title of it is. I just posted a link in the server there, so if you follow our chats, you get all the links whenever we play tracks. I always post the links there, and you can find Chief Crow's latest album there on Spotify. And by the way, Infinite Plane Radio is on Spotify as well. And not just the audio, but the video. You can find us on 25 different podcast platforms, but Spotify carries our video. We're one of the beta testers on that. And we also have video now on Odyssey. I'm making it a point now to archive on Odyssey as well as Rofkin. If you're an Odyssey user, just go to any of my sites, and I use Odyssey as the 24/7 video embed. The album is called Illumination Station. Chief Crow opens with Airship, Fe, Energy, Rebel Gene in E major, Mount Meru in G minor, Bread and Circuses, Dinosaurs in Space, COVID 1984, and a lot of other tracks. And many of them are longer tracks as well. So if you like Chief Crow, you can find the link in the Discord server below. I know I have some voicemails to get to, and so I'll prioritize those before we get too much further. I take voicemails 24/7, and if you're calling from somewhere else, on the other side of the plane, on the other side of the disk, you're welcome to use the chat room, the Discord chat room, as a way to communicate. You can just go live and I'll jump in the room. It's that simple. Okay, let me go ahead and play a voicemail here.
Hey, it's Lynn. We gotta address this Alex Jones situation because it is blowing up all over these media outlets, NPR, MSNBC, ABC. They're all talking about the Alex Jones trial. Even my neighbor, who can't stand Jones, said, this is really weird. Why are they taking a page 10 or a page 12 story and making it the number one headline story, even ahead of Ukraine, even ahead of the inflation? They're making the Alex Jones case a top headline story. This is a little bit over the top, overkill messaging. Other people can see it. Anyway, you'll address it, talk about it. Talk to you later.
Excellent. We're talking about the $1 billion, 965 million, and they're not done yet. And I've heard Alex somewhat suggesting he's going to somehow dance around it, not pay it, but I think they're making an example of him. The only question is he playing along? And for many people here, it's not a question. This is merely a role, and it's a scripted takedown of free speech, Second Amendment, and so on. All right, let's see who's here in the chat. We're joined by Thirst for Truth. Your Mama. Your Mama says Trump's dad was arrested at a KKK meeting. These are generational cults. Yeah, KKK is now QQQ or something like that. All right, let's see. Fact check. Fred Christ Trump was detained at a KKK rally. Interesting. I think it was Cubstar. Someone had suggested that maybe the Pillow Guy makes all their Klan hoods. Anyway, just a joke. Everybody knows that the Democrats are the Klansmen, and that's true. The Democrats were the Klansmen. They were behind Jim Crow, slavery, etc. It was always them. And they're still the fascists today. The control freaks. In fact, you know what I was thinking about last night? I was thinking about fashion because I've been looking into this Kanye West thing, and we'll get into the Sandy Hookers, definitely. I've been looking into this Kanye West thing and his role in fashion, which I wasn't really aware of. And the more I look into it, the more it's fascinating because fashion is huge in mind control. And if you think about it, 2020 was really nothing more than I would say, an example of fashion being used as a way to change the public's perception of something. I think it was more about the mask as a fashion statement than a medical device. And it's a powerful tool. Uniforms, I'm talking about. Uniformity enforced through uniform garb and wear and outgrouping people who don't wear the right garment. It's very culty. And we'll get into that some more as well. We've been talking about the burning of the West, the nuke dangling above wherever right now. I mean, we have the one, I believe it's in a submarine, the Poseidon thing. So we have that. And then we also, at the same time, have Kanye West's world actual kind of burning. So I've been saying that Kanye West's world is going to burn as the West literally burns. It's all some kind of play. He's supposed to epitomize something about the West. And, he's blamed Hollywood for destroying his family, which is notable. And he did make some statements about porn ruining his life, and then he brought some to a meeting and played it in front of execs. I mean, it looks like a meltdown. Like, I think he's been going OJ for some time, but it seems like they have accelerated that particular narrative. Joined by Penguinator, Clockwork 113, Steuben, Mask Off. Masks Off says, I go by Mask Off. If you ever see me in the chats, I knew you'd enjoy the think tank after we met. Yeah, okay, so Mask Off. That's the name of the song by Future, who goes by Pluto, who was the producer of that Donde 2 ritual inauguration of the second coming of Pluto. Very interesting character, but his track Masks or Mask Off was released on 4/18/2017, exactly 5 years to the day that Judge Muzzle said masks off. Like, what are the odds? Joined by Osher, MC Dirty Work. And by the way, anybody can call in 833-311-1984. We'll talk about the Alex Jones thing for sure. Big Enchilada was asking if I used a new mic. You were hearing an archive from a year ago. If it sounds better, I'll find out what mic I was using then. Probably the one at the computer next to me. Okay, let's see. Zen Valis, Michael Cervantes, we is here. I'll be handing out wrenches as I can, but you should know I'm actually locked out of 90% of the YouTube channels. And by locked out, I mean I have a lot of channels that are there that I cannot access because the main channel gets banned for harmful misinformation, hate speech, and bullying, but I can still access them through my multicasting software. They're just zombie channels. Most of my YouTube channels are zombie channels, but our Ground Zero think tank is on Discord, and that's where everything is saved. It's a permanent record, like minutes to a meeting, but it's a never-ending infinite meeting. An infinite meeting of infinite minds, because our minds aren't confined by computer models, CGI, and green screen. Imagine your imagination actually being, blocked into a very small paradigm or limited or false view by cheap special effects. We're not even talking about convincing special effects. Like someone in the chat had mentioned how the Chinese must have anti-gravity because they have these mason jars that stick to the table and the water stays in the jar. I would call that sloppy special effects, but they're saying that no, actually in space, the surface tension will keep the water in the jar. So you could drink coffee in space from a coffee mug, no worries. Their rules are always changing because we can't go up there to test it. That's why I pass out press passes. I think we need reporters. We need people to cover things as they happen on the ground. We'll send somebody to space. We've made attempts. Joined by Patrick Borland, Zin Valis, Wonka World from Discord. Thanks for joining. Jenna, Lovecraft Reeves, Witch Hazel. Lots of familiar beaks. I'm waiting for a few more people to show up, but phones are open if you want to call in. It's been a few days. Yeah, it was Barry who says the Chinese have anti-gravity. Well, their space station, I think, is the replacement because the ISS is a jalopy. It's got cracks in it. Someone drilled a hole in it. It got punctured on the arm, which was a story in itself. We could get into that, but the main thing is the space station's going down. There's no longer this cooperation. And I think what's going to happen is the Chinese space station's going to replace it. And there's already been talk of this strategic alliance between Russia and China up above. Which makes sense if you recognize the importance of not going into space as capitalists. We can't let space be an extension of Western manifest destiny. And this is why the West has to burn. The idea of Captain Kirk going into space and its space as the new frontier sent up there by Bezos, the richest man on earth, they can't have that. And this is why the new model, I believe, is Russia and China building a moon base, probably out of Astrocrete. They might even make you donate blood. And if you didn't know, Astrocrete is a substance, it's a concrete made out of, well, blood and lunar dust. It's literally made out of your blood. Astrocrete is people. Joined by AJ206 says, Into Your Brain, the Infinite Plane. Yeah, like I said, the Chief Crow tracks and every other track we play around here is definitely going to be linked below, but you want to check out his new album. Very important to support these artists because this music is truly, I think, one of the last places where these memes will be safe. They'll burn the books, they'll delete the videos. They'll do their best to make memes illegal, but some of these songs, yeah, they can't, they're more contagious than anything. That's why they control music, they control jokes. There's such an attempt to control minds through controlling all of the cultural outlets. And this is why it's interesting to focus on someone like Kanye West. Is he rogue? Is he out of control? Or is he going along with the script? My take on it is he's going along with the script. And I base this solely on the fact that we predicted this back in January. Back in January, when the Northwest Tower burnt in the Twin Tower or Twin Parks towers in the Bronx, when that thing burned, I was like, look, if you read between the lines, space heaters burning this tower, this 19-story tower on 1/9. If you read between the lines, it has to do with space wars heating up. And this whole thing was blamed on capitalism and climate change. I'm talking about this fire. But back then, I was suggesting that this may have something to do with Kanye West's world burning. And I pointed this out because he was advertising the Dawn Day event for February, which was going to coincide with the return of Pluto. And his advertisement consisted of a house that was burning. And I've taken the symbol of the house, whether it's in Westworld or the Rust movie set or the chapel. It's a chapel, but it's pretty much represented as his house, as representing the West. And that's how it's been represented in all these different films. Anyway, I'm just suggesting that the fall of Kanye West is probably pre-scripted, and it goes along with the fall of the West itself. We're just waiting for Putin to hit that button. Witch Hazel says, I met Senator Byrd, KKK. I was frightened as a child. Oh yeah, he was a Grand Dragon, or Grand Wizard. I believe he was a mentor to Hillary Clinton. And that's what I was referring to. The Klan is all Democrat. And I think that's always been the case. They lie and they try to rewrite history and they say, no, all the bad guys with the hoods ran to the other side. I don't think so. You can't just rewrite history. Wait, you can. Never mind. Clockwork 113 says, Tim, when will you be launching the DMDN again? It's actually on again. The Dark Matter digital network is on. There isn't any live shows there. There may be in the future, but right now it's mostly just a hub for a number of podcasters who are confronting the fringier side of reality. And I will be including Infinite Plane Radio. I believe I'll be including at least once a week. But mostly it's going to be paranormal and who knows what else. There's a few ghost hunters, which is interesting if you really listen and see where they go with this stuff. You know, I hate to disregard things without looking very closely, and I think there are a lot of interesting topics that go around the this paranormal, supernatural. All right, let's see. Art of Thinking Out Loud, Common Sense Analytics is here. Thanks for joining. 63 in the chat. Okay, we are picking up. Rourke66 says, when is Pete Davidson going to get his day? You know, I did see something of a kind of an interesting threat, you could say. And we'll get into that as well. Pete Davidson is a interesting character in this whole story. And Kanye said he wanted to get after Pete for jokes made about Kanye's mental health. Specifically. It wasn't over Kim. And this is an interesting element to the story, the mental health, and also this idea of comedians being attacked. You know, Chris Rock slapped on the stage by Will Smith, which ties into this story. You know, even Chris Rock and Pete Davidson were joking about the comedians being attacked, like Dave Chappelle. And as they were talking about it, you know, we were saying this is probably about free speech being silenced. But Pete joked about how, well, you get slapped, I get my head cut off. Because Kanye did decapitate Pete Davidson in a music video. But the Will Smith slapping Chris Rock is kind of an interesting tie-in here, because there's a video by Kendrick Lamar where Will Smith transforms into Kanye, transforms into OJ. I mean, really bizarre video, but the mashup there kind of suggests something here. And we've been talking about this, the OJ Simpsonification of Kanye, and it's definitely gone there. And what's more, you know, as we get into this topic, you know, you find some foreshadowing, like his song, I believe it was called Black Skinhead, and the spelling of it has 3 K's in it. So Black Skinhead, and that song happens to sample Marilyn Manson, which has some interesting symbolic tie-ins, as I've been discussing lately, to Helter Skelter from Charles Manson. Very interesting storyline, and this had to do with the Manson killings perpetrated by the witch Susan Atkins from the Church of Satan, among others, but blamed on the Black Panthers, intending to incite a race war. It was a psyop, like what Jesse Smollett was trying to do. But the interesting thing to me is it was blamed on Black Panthers, and Kanye West is the son of a Black Panther. He was talking about his father being one. And of course, he's inciting this controversy by wearing a White Lives Matter shirt. And of course, this black versus white dialectic is all just Masonic manipulation of the masses. It has nothing to do with, well, I mean, it's not specifically about race. It has to do with, I think, this bigger schism and war that they're creating. In fact, that reminds me, someone sent me a copy of the latest, I think it's Time magazine from October the 11th. And on the cover, it has Abraham Lincoln looking at a crack in the ground, a big schism. Joined by Dystopedia over in Odyssey. Now, the Odyssey chat isn't integrated, but I do monitor it, and I will be monitoring all the other chat rooms we're in. And again, I'm going to start uploading archives onto Odyssey every day. It's been I haven't been able to do it for a few reasons. Mainly because I had it set up to automatically import just whenever I would upload from YouTube, but every time they take a YouTube channel down, it kind of disrupts that. But I'm back. Okay, how the greatest president saved democracy, and we can too. And here's Abraham Lincoln. We talked about Abraham Lincoln a few times in the context of some recent events. Again, looking at this crack, I've been talking about the Kraken symbol as it's been discussed since July 2020. I've been talking about it, but the Kraken was used to represent this last election, this last presidential election. But how the use of the Kraken had coincided with Hunter Biden's laptop and the constant reference to his crack smoke. And I'm like, what's all this crack? Cracks in the ISS, cracks in our system. And apparently, I mean, I think we're right. It was a forced meme, and it was driving this point down. And I've been kind of harping on this for some time. And then here we have Time Magazine, and it uses this exact symbol explicitly. I referenced it. I actually have a mind map set up to this, which I am working on some of these mind maps and updating them. But we had one where we were discussing the use of the phrase "the dam." You have Liz Cheney talking about the dam has begun to break, and this correlates to all of the concurrent programming, from Westworld to Stranger Things. This idea of a crack in the dam. Then you have the Roe v. Wade leak. Of course, it has to be a leak. And more recently, the Artemis rocket with its cracks. But very consistent and repetitive when you get down to it. And that's how all propaganda is, and it has to be. But we'll be getting deeper into this. Just the fact that it's Abraham Lincoln has a lot to do with this whole topic. Now, the Sandy Hooker thing is also on the top of a lot of people's minds. It's meant to have a chilling effect on free speech. The idea that Alex Jones got hit for $1 billion. I tend to think that it's a hoax, top to bottom, but I'm willing to take anyone's opinion on it. And one of the reasons why is that, I mean, you got to look. AR-15, Armalite 15, Assault Rifle 15, whatever you want to call it. The company gives $73 million away. Who's going to give away $73 million on something that is as questionable as not just that, but a whole sequence, almost 2 decades of non-stop similarly faked events? We're talking about simulations, drills, presented as real. I mean, it's agitprop. It's easy to deconstruct. And you think that with their attorneys, with $73 million on the line, they cannot figure this out? It's one of two things when it comes to Armalite 15, and the NRA, for that matter, and many others we can name. It's one of two things. They're either too dumb to see through psyops, too dumbed down, I should say, to see through, too insulated, too blinkered to see through, or they're compromised, as in working for the other side. And in either case, do you want to follow somebody who's duped or somebody who's duping you? And I'm saying that these companies aren't trustworthy. They're all part of the same plan. There's just too much at stake here. $1 billion, give me a break. It's meant to sound intimidating. Like, in that, was it Austin Powers? Dr. Evil comes out and he's like, $5 million. It's his ransom. And of course, $5 million is nothing. And so he had to up it to $1 billion. So like, let's get Alex for $50 million. And we're all laughing at it. Because somebody just threw, some Bitcoin fairy threw Alex Jones like 6 million Bitcoin. $6 million in Bitcoin, like it was nothing. And maybe they figured, okay, this is not going to intimidate these truthers out there, so they had to ramp it up to $1 billion. Let me go and play this clip just to remind you.
We get the warhead and we hold the world ransom for $1 million.
Well, don't you think we should maybe ask for more than $1 million? $1 million isn't exactly a lot of money these days. Fritchicon alone makes over $9 billion a year.
Really? Mm-hmm. It's a lot more. Okay, then. We hold the world ransom for 100.
You get the point. 50 million wasn't enough to intimidate anybody. $1 billion, it just seems like a joke. That's all. Thank you, Nico Tromis. We appreciate the support. He says they planned for Bill Hicks to be used in this event to destroy free speech before the first fake bullet was reported on the news. Yeah, I get the same idea here. They don't make it up as they go. It's like with a movie. With any movie, they have the ending in mind when they write it. The end of Alex Jones is probably contained in the script handed over to Kevin Booth back when Hicks became Jones. A lot of people have trouble with this, and that's fine. I know one guy's a couple inches taller or 10 years older, but we're talking about a very sophisticated operation that uses all of the special effects at their disposal. I don't want to underestimate them. And I think there's more in favor of it being hoaxy than being real. The burden of proof, I think, has been effectively shifted. Okay, let's move on. I'm going to go through some headlines, and a lot of stuff's been going on I want to catch up on. Like, I was talking to Fakeologists last week, and we were looking at the story of the Canadian troll trans shop teacher Chuck Wood. And I'm like, wait, the name Chuck Wood, it's a shop teacher named Chuck Wood, it's got to be a joke. And there were rumors that this whole thing was a joke. And it turns out, yeah, it is a joke. He's some kind of red pill dispensing shop teacher who's trying to make an extreme point by, I guess, being as absurd as possible. I mean, this is the Canadian troll shop teacher trying to get some kind of petition, playing a sort of a parody of leftist victim identity politics.
Before you get started, 1 second, please. I'd like to present a petition.
Now, what you're looking at here is you're looking at that individual with the hideous costume. So this is not a real person trying to. This is it's a joke. His name is Chuck Wood. He's a shop teacher. It's not real. In fact, I believe he's connected to some kind of Masonic fraternity, and this is probably connected to that in some way. And that was also discovered by a fakeologist. But here he is with these balloons under his shirt, pretending to be a woman. I knew it was a joke when I saw this guy with I saw this shop teacher with the wig on. Like, it doesn't matter what your gender identity is or species identity. If you have a wig on and you're operating a saw like that, you could die. If you have a lathe, you could die. It would grab your hair. And the fact that the hair wasn't tied back kind of suggests this was not real. This was some kind of a LARP. But here's your Canadian troll trans shop teacher, Chuck Wood.
Called Protect the Students. We've had over 16,000 signatures. It reads, the Halton District School Board.
Now, I might be wrong about this. Somebody says, Tom Barry says, this is not the original one. This is David Mendez from Rebel News. Okay, am I mixing this up? How many people are doing this? Is there more than one fake shop teacher? I mean, this is insane. I can't even follow these things sometimes. But what we're looking at here is some kind of trenchant satire. We'll go ahead and follow up on that later. I want to go ahead and move past that. It's not a huge priority story, but the name Chuck Wood, yeah, obviously it's a hoax. A strike force, Putin puts 11 nuclear bombers just 20 miles from NATO border as Russia warns of apocalyptic World War III. They've been dangling World War III for some time. Civil War, World War III. They say they're not bluffing. They've been pushing it off. It's obvious they're bluffing. It's obvious that the threat is sufficient. More examples of true believers in the modern cult of scientism with their global warming flood myth. More examples of them just being total cultists, constantly gluing themselves to the roads. Here they are destroying artwork, and this is not new. We've seen this really since last year. Extinction Rebellion really got into this as well, where this group called Stop Oil is attacking oil paintings. And I can't understand what they're against. Are they against oil paintings or fossil fuels? Activists with Stop Oil have thrown tomato soup on Van Gogh's sunflowers at the National Gallery and glued themselves to the wall. Like, is this a significant property crime? Or is it an inside job? Are the galleries allowing this to happen? Again, they're defacing artwork to make points about global warming, etc. Alright, let's see. I'm going through some comments. Yeah, look, the guy's name is Chuck Wood. There's no shop teacher named Chuck Wood. That's just obviously a hoax. Again, you're looking at a couple of environmentalists defacing Van Gogh.
Security.
Anyway, arrest them. The instant that they're in a cell and they're no longer running around, driving around, doing activism, they are no longer being hypocrites. It minimizes their carbon footprint, so I'm totally in favor of having them all just arrested. This is from the other day. A lot of footage is coming out from January 6th. You know, this whole thing about the storm is coming, and the nonners are always talking about the storm's going to come. I'm starting to think that the storm was January 6th the whole time, and that this was planned, just like the Bill Hicks thing. It was planned like back when Dylan Roof, who was just up for an appeal or something, Dylan Roof comes out, Dylan Storm Roof, and does this racist massacre in a church. Anyway, the storm is coming is obviously tied to that. They've been building this meme up, and I'm thinking that January 6th is all the storm they're going to get. Anyway, here you have some clips. This is from January the 6th, and it's Nancy Pelosi, and she's talking about how if Trump shows up at the Capitol, she's going to punch him out.
Secret Service said they have dissuaded him from coming to Capitol Hill. They told him they don't have the resources to protect him here. So at the moment he is not coming, but that could change.
Oh, he comes, I'm gonna punch him out. This is my
no, I
moment.
would pay to see
I've
that.
been waiting for this, for trespassing on the Capitol grounds. I'm gonna punch him out, and I'm gonna go to jail, and I'm gonna be happy.
All right, she's going to go to jail and be happy for it. That's Nancy Pelosi on January 6th. I hope Trump comes out. I'm going to punch him out. This is my moment. I've been waiting for this. CNN exclusive. Yeah, they're in such danger, but they're filming a documentary in the middle of it. Very, very hoaxy. Great shots. I mean, great footage, but you're supposed to believe this is a chaotic environment. They're afraid for their lives. It was so poorly acted out on all sides. The QAnon shaman on to Pelosi. It's just bad acting, as usual. And at the time, I remember thinking, this is not going to stick. This is too much of a joke. But then within a week, it's like, this is the next 9/11. Now it's worse than 9/11. They've made these comparisons. They kind of pivoted. Nobody cares about radical Islam. They just switched it. As I've discussed, it's all a template. Every facet of the radical Islamic terrorists has just been transplanted onto this domestic violent extremist. Went from Quran extremist to QAnon extremist flawlessly. A few more shootings to look into. Raleigh shooting, latest suspect 15 shot 2 victims and 5 more on a hiking trail. I've been looking into this. There's a few other mass shootings. I've noticed teenagers, and I don't know if it's just to make Kyle Rittenhouse look bad. I have a video of Kyle Rittenhouse shooting targets from a helicopter. More indication the Kenosha thing was probably a hoax. If it was real, I think he would be in witness protection. He wouldn't be turned into this alt-right media star. New Jersey school swatting incidents bring police officers to districts across the state. Now, we've been talking about the summer of swatting, and it's continued. Well, they're talking about these swatting threats being promulgated by TikTok. So some kind of TikTok trend is causing people to SWAT these schools, which is putting the children into lockdown. And they're saying Even though these are hoaxes, the lockdowns are traumatizing the children. And I was kind of thinking about that. It's like, do they not understand, the irony of that? Dr. Oz staged a photo with someone who lost a nephew to a shooting. It's okay when they do it. Dr. Oz staged a photo with someone who lost family members. Only the left, only the anti-gun left can pose with victims like this. But apparently, people are finding out that this was staged. Like, isn't this hate speech to say this is a staged photo? Maybe somebody needs to sue the intelligencer here, Matt Stibe, for $1 billion. Dr. Oz and this victim here, Sheila Armstrong, she's got to be due at least $1 billion. They're calling this a staged photo. They're mocking her grief. Unbelievable. Art of Thinking Out Loud says Chuck Wood was a character on a lumber commercial years ago. Yeah, I thought it was some kind of an inside joke. Again, yeah, I think this is I'm just pointing this out. It's just hypocrisy. You can call their side hoaxy and laugh at their crisis actors, but if they do it, nope. $1 billion. Biden calls for gun control after rally shooting. Now, I hadn't even had time to analyze if this rally shooting was real or not. I have to wait until there's evidence. If you know it's real, well, tell me what your evidence is. Show me. I don't have enough information to say for sure. I'm comfortable saying I don't know when I don't know something. And I don't know. I don't need to lie to fill in the blanks. But then I see a headline like this: Biden calls for gun control day after shooting, and I'm like, He doesn't call for it after all of these shootings that you could find on Twitter. You can look for yourself. Look at Chicago. You can find people getting shot to death in all these big cities. It's easy to find their handguns. Biden doesn't care about people getting shot with handguns. He only cares if it's with assault rifle 15s. That's the only time he cares. He doesn't call for gun control over any kind of real atrocity. And this would tell me, okay, it's probably fake. Very world stagey. Here's Robbie Parker. His daughter killed at Sandy Hook. A father tried to halt Alex Jones's lies. They're trying to make this the death of conspiracy theorizing. And Alex Jones, to his, I guess, he did say this too. So he didn't really harp on it. It wasn't his bread and butter. It wasn't the decoding Sandy Hook network. Like, Alex Jones kind of glossed over it. He just let a few of his callers talk about it, but others went way deeper. Like, I don't think Alex went deep enough into it to be the guy to take the fall for it. But here's an interesting connection. Robb Elementary, Uvalde. This is the one that was mentioned by Kanye West when he said he felt like the people at the Gap already knew about the shooting before it happened. He said he felt like he was in the Truman Show because wherever he went, every single platform was talking about it. This was Kanye West on Tucker Carlson. And I thought that's kind of interesting. Robb Elementary, Uvalde. Robb, and then Parker, Parkland. Well, Parkland's in the news right now because the Parkland shooter, Nick Cruz, was just given a life sentence. And I've been looking at these interesting connections between all these names. The Highland Park shooter last summer, Parkland High, and of course, Parkland Hospitals where JFK was taken, and the Highland Park shooter was obsessed with Lee Harvey Oswald. These connections are not coincidental, if you ask me. And Robb Elementary, Robbie Parker, probably a connection here. And we're going to continue to dig deeper into this story. Online regulation. This is the next thing. Only proper online regulation can stop poisonous, conspiracists like Alex Jones. I love this, how they use these types of words like poison. Again, thought crimes are a thing now. They exist. They can diagnose them. They can actually categorize specific ideas and sounds and words as toxic or poisonous, contagious. And now, of course, you're not a conspiracy theorist, you're a conspiracist. And that's not unintentional. They invented that word as of recently. But this is from Simon Jenkins. Only proper online regulation can stop poisonous conspiracists. But what he won't say, and I can just tell just because of the outlet he's working on, what he won't say is only proper online regulation will will stop poisonous lies from freaking out teenagers and causing them to destroy priceless works of art because they think they're doing a good thing to save the planet. Only proper regulation can stop poisonous conspiracists like Al Gore and Greta Thunberg from radicalizing people into playing in the freeways to stop traffic because they feel like they have to, or setting themselves on fire in tennis courts. Like, you notice how only their radicals are allowed to be radicals, only their conspiracies are allowed to be promulgated. Nobody has the moral high ground here on both sides of the world stage. Tom Barry says Robbie getting kind of fat. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to body shame, but a lot of people have pointed out that his acting has not improved. Not at all. And I kind of tend to agree with that. And I don't think that anybody, aside from Alex Jones, would ever get sued for this. I can think of other channels that are pretty big at promulgating this takedown of mass media propaganda disguised as news, simulated events. A lot of people cover this stuff, but only Alex is getting sued. How come NASA doesn't sue? Maybe NASA should I guess they could go after, who would NASA sue if they were going to try to take down the critics of NASA? Because they can't sue the UFO believing conspiracy theorists because they need them to hold up their false paradigm. They'd have to find, I guess, Mark Sargent. Just sue the biggest flat earth names out there. $1 billion ought to fix it. Let's see here. Steuben says 986 million. I saw 965, but it's probably going to add up, and they're not done yet. They're far from done, and they're kind of bragging about it. Now, speaking of Nick Cruz, I wanted to bring this up. This is from a couple of years ago. I remember thinking about, we were talking about how all these various serial killers have fans. And look at this. The amount of fan mail at the Parkland shooter receiving is unreal. Now, what do they mean by this? When they say that the amount of fan mail that Nick Cruz is getting is unreal, do they mean it's just a lot? Or that it's fake and staged, like everything else about this story? It's an eerie pile of messages to a killer. Some are handwritten, some are typed. They're from women and girls. They're written on college-ruled notebook paper. Some are stuffed with suggestive photos of women in lingerie. Here you have a stack of fan mail sent to Nicholas Cruz. The Broward County Public Defender's Office, which represents Cruz, say between 100 and 200 pieces have arrived. And this is like within a couple of weeks. That didn't take long. Now they're trying to explain it. They're saying that maybe people are desensitized or they're attracted to danger. But I have some samples here. 20-year-old university student. I feel sorry for you. The media represents you without acknowledging what you've been through. If you're looking for someone to write with, I'm here. Card with a picture of a monkey. I know you could use a good friend right now. Hang in there. Keep your head up. Letter from Florida. Cards from New York. Nicholas, I care about you. Don't hurt yourself. Letters from England. Let's be pen pals. Suggestive photos from young women. Describes close-ups of faces, lots of lipstick, etc. Offers of money from admirers in California. Letters from a Girl Scout troop. Signed by 15 Girl Scouts. Dear Nicholas, you're being prayed for. They didn't send him cookies. Anyway, yeah, he's got a lot of fan mail, just pointing it out. His glasses, I was looking at his glasses, by the way. They don't look like they're real glasses. It all looks like a costume. But you'll note here, every time they talk about Alex Jones, they call him a conspiracist. I've been pointing out this use of this word because it just came out of nowhere. Like one day, you went from a conspiracy theorist to a conspiracist, and I was like, this can't be a coincidence. I'm going through some comments. Rourke66 said, I took a year off to look into Sandy Hook. I thought that story needs to lose some air before I could look into it. I would say that it's mostly a red herring. That the more people focus on that, the less they seem to realize that other events are just as relevant. And the bigger picture is that they're all connected. If you look at that one event as an anomaly, oh, like those sneaky Democrats got one on us, you're missing the Psywar. You missed the forest for the trees. Well, people are missing the Siwar for these high-profile events, but there are tons of them. And what it gives away is the integrated nature of media companies, left and right, and how they're used by the government. And this bigger picture is disguised by people like Jones, who only focus on this one and then assume the next one's real and the next one's real. I find that very peculiar when someone's able to deconstruct one like this, and then the next one happens and they think, oh, that one's real. It's like saying the moon landing's fake, but the space station's real. Oh, the moon landing, the space station, those are fake. But when they put a base on the moon, yeah, that's real. No, it doesn't work like that. It's a house of cards. Rourke says, I was surprised to find the whole thing was fake, then things got interesting. One of the main distractions from the truth about finding the truth, from actually discerning by looking at the story objectively, one of the main distractions is the storyline that it was real, but it was done by somebody else. It was done by the government. These types of stories reinforce the idea that there were actual deaths, and it hides the nature of the perception management stunt. I mean, it's psychological warfare. There are very few reasons to think that they would actually need to kill anybody. Some people just want to believe it. Weirdly, some people just want to believe people are dying at these events. I wonder why. Like the Buffalo shooting, for example, there's no evidence anybody died. The evidence presented contradicts that notion, if you look at it. And we have. And I had somebody calling in claiming he was there watching it live, and it looked way realer before it got uploaded. So he said. And I thought, why are people calling up to insist that I believe this stuff is real when you could just show me some evidence? That would be helpful. A little bit. But anyway, my point is, there's a major difference between a psychological operation and a false flag. And false flag theories have been used for years to hide hoaxes, to hide the psychological operations. It's a false explanation. Alex Jones is basically broke for the rest of his life, says former U.S. attorney. This is, again, to me, this is an example of where free speech has gone. Again, it's almost like he's being presented here as something of a bad guy and a villain, and they're all like happy about it. A lot of people are just really thinking he's getting what he deserved. And it's just a reminder of the fact that we live in a society that tolerates book burning. They justify it. So he's kind of burning at the stake here. This is Harry Litman, former U.S. attorney, said in an interview with MSNBC, "We're talking about such an outsized number that even if he's able to bob and weave some, I don't see how he winds up anything but broke now for the rest of his life." Yeah, they're applauding. Okay, here's a picture of Nick Cruz. And I'm just saying, for somebody who needs glasses like that, he's got pretty good aim. They do not look like real glasses. Do we have any experts in here who can... It looks like a cheap costume. And who wears glasses like this? Like, what is this meant to invoke? These are like BC, like military issue glasses. If you get into the Discord server, I'll be handing out blue wrenches, by the way. Okay, now here's another one. Another example of predictive programming in plain sight. This is from Politico. The clear and present danger of January 6th. Clear and present danger? That's a reference to Tom Clancy. And Tom Clancy, of course, is the basis for a lot of our big psyops, like the Hunt for Red October is one of his, and that's something we're kind of living through. I believe he's been credited with having come up with the idea for 9/11. We're talking about Tom Clancy's role as a meta-scripter in the big picture, and it's being invoked right now in this Political article saying, regarding President Trump, that he is a clear and present danger and a threat to democracy. The same stuff they always say. January 6th committee to subpoena Trump. The unanimous decision followed a hearing that also revealed the former president secretly ordered troops withdrawn from Afghanistan and Somalia before the 2020 election. Yeah, he is being subpoenaed by the 1-6, And this is his Watergate. They've compared it to Watergate, which, by the way, is another reference to this dam we've been finding constantly referred to. The dam that's about to crack. And it goes along with this Kraken narrative, some kind of flood to come. But they're bringing up, again, clear and present danger at a time when we're already talking about the division and Hunt for Red October. Again, Clancy is one of these names that pops up frequently when we look at these major psychological operations. Kremlin warns that nuclear world war would be, quote, catastrophic. This article came out on 10/13, and I pointed this out because last year on 10/13, William Shatner went into space, and when he came down, he said there's going to be some catastrophic event that's going to do something. He's weeping for the earth. He said he felt like he was at a wake. Miguel 2010 says, "Hey Tim, I think the acting is his act, AJ," referring to Alex Jones. "I think he's pretty damn proficient, a virtuoso, of not bursting out laughing when he goes full rant heart attack mode. Has anyone actually seen him lose his shit in person? I think all his stuff is not live and scripted and edited to high heaven. He must be laughing behind the scenes. He's got to be in on it. Take down the big fish. People get scared. They break down. Everything has a degree of scripture, in my opinion, from the likes of the Hidden Hand Brigade." All right, Miguel 2010 also agrees that it's all an act. I think so too. Like the Truman Show. Maybe Kanye West does live in a Truman Show, surrounded by handlers. I say metascript. I'm referring to the bigger picture as it's presented through every possible platform, every possible controlled platform. And it's monolithic in its voice, even though it has a myriad of faces and forms. Big Brother can't show himself all at once. You would reject it. But the way it's been scattered and decentralized, you don't even know he's there. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. I wanted to bring this up. I was playing an old video from a couple years ago when Mousegate really broke out, and someone in the comment section was saying that I was crazy for pointing out that this thing looks like a mouse. This is a classic perception test, and this is really a test of your will. How strong is your will? Are you capable of confronting what is obviously a CGI mouse and calling it what it is? Or will you buckle to convention and conformity and go along with what everybody else is going to have to say? Of course it can't be a mouse. It's in space. Meanwhile, forgetting the fact that all of the people who are saying that that is not possibly a mouse in space are also believers in the moon landing. I mean, that's key. They just automatically assume everything up there is real. But whether or not, that's really a mouse in the rocket, it doesn't really matter. The fact is, it is shaped like a mouse, and you have to acknowledge that or you're lying to yourself. You can tell yourself comforting lies like, oh, it's space ice. And many have said that. Mick West told me, oh, it's nothing to see here. It's a video compression artifact. Okay, well, can you not at least just admit that this video compression artifact looks exactly like a mouse? And that in itself is remarkable. How many video compression artifacts do you see that look like mice? Moreover, we're talking about a mission specifically sending mice to the space station. They've dubbed them Mighty Mice. Like Mighty Mouse, the mouse in space, on the Mighty Mouse mission, a mouse is seen on the outside of a space station. I mean, a rocket on the way to the space station. And I'm just thinking the most likely explanation, Occam's razor, Elon Musk playing a trick. Augmented virtual reality. It's a CGI mouse on an otherwise real rocket. That's your only out. If you want to be honest, you could say, well, okay, I believe it's going to space, but I know it can't be a real mouse, so it's probably a prank. Now, if it wasn't for the fact that they were sending genetically modified mice to space on that very mission, 12/5/2019, I would say, okay, I have no reason to jump to the conclusion it was an intentional prank. But again, this is the Mighty Mouse mission. This just tells me that some people can't be honest with themselves. John LeBon made a post about this in Reddit. And someone had said to him, "It looks like a piece of equipment to me." And he said, "What kind of equipment?" And the response, "Equipment shaped like a mouse, but it's not a mouse and you're insane." Equipment shaped like a mouse, but it's not a mouse, you're insane. Why is he insane for pointing out what this guy even agreed with, that it's shaped like a mouse? Like, let's just talk about this thing being shaped like a mouse and leave it at that. And it's really hard to get, it's like pulling teeth to get them to admit what their eyes are showing them. It's amazing, but this is a very valuable perception test. And if you look at Reddit, there are people melting down about this 3 years later. They are literally melting down because on some level they know somebody's playing a trick on them. At the very minimum, Elon Musk is playing a trick. Is he tricking them about the entire space program or merely this one little mouse? Let's go through some comments. Rourke66 says, "I'm finally going to watch Hunt for Red October tonight. Never seen it." Excellent. I'd like to know more about it. I haven't seen it either. The significance here, Alec Baldwin is continuing the production of Rust, the Western, which has a lot of significance to the Hunt for Red October as he's in it, and Helena Hutchins is from the place where the submarine's from. And we're talking right now about a submarine from Russia that's off our radar, but apparently it's lurking somewhere near Seattle, I think, with the Poseidon, ready to unleash the Kraken. I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about that. And by the way, here we have Alec Baldwin continuing the production. They're continuing to make this ridiculous movie. And the father of Helena Hutchins is the producer now. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I may watch it myself as well. Lloyd Miller says, "Ice doesn't exist in a vacuum." They have something. They have an explanation for everything. We have 77 watching, and I believe we have about 10 or 15 or more listening on just the audio. If you go to ips.monster, you can get all the audio only streams as well as the video. Miguel says, "Remember when I said everything is fake, Tim? Not fake, but more scripted. I'm real, but not really real. How much of the stuff is just to throw anyone off?" Yeah, I get what you're saying. Look, it's a mischaracterization when someone says you're calling everything fake. I would never say that. To me though, you make the same error when you say everything's real. Like that shooting in Raleigh, do I know it's real? I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I suspect it's fake because Biden is already bouncing off it, and this is their pattern, and it fits a pattern. However, I don't know yet. If you say it's real and you haven't looked into it, if you can't tell me some basic facts about, to support it, then I'm going to have to say that you don't really know. You're just sticking up for Big Brother, defending his S show. And why would you do that if you're not getting paid? So many unpaid crisis actors. You're not going to get a stimmy check for virtue signaling about Uvalde or Sandy Hook. You're not. You're not going to get $1 billion stimmy check. Mother of Dahmer victim condemns Netflix. I don't see how they can do that. She has a point. The mother of a Dahmer victim is not pleased with the way that her son's been portrayed in this movie. Now, the Dahmer story could be a psyop. I don't know. I mean, I read about it. I looked into it. I think I've read all the available true crime books. Nothing about it rang false to me, as sick as that sounds. The story checks out. It does. But the main thing about it, I think, it came into my attention. One, it's like the second most popular thing right now on Netflix. So that's big. Second most popular show on Netflix is Jeffrey Dahmer. Two, this is 2022, the year of Soylent Green, which, by the way, came out in 1973, the same year as the original Roe v. Wade leak. Not a coincidence. These 50-year interval things. But anyway, yeah, this is the year of Soylent Green. Cannibalism is everywhere. I've been reading about it in various news articles. I haven't even covered all the cannibalism. We've talked about the cannibalism, or rather the kuru, that would explain the laughing fits of both Kamala and Hillary. But yeah, cannibalism's on the menu. Even with the Astrocrete. I think the Astrocrete soil, or rather concrete made from lunar soil and blood. Like, to me, that's that's cannibal adjacent. That's borderline cannibalism. And my point being, of course, look, I don't think that they're going to move us into cannibalism. I think really what they're trying to get you to do is philosophically accept the extremes of collectivism, that the individual is always going to be just a sacrificial part of the whole. And societal cannibalism, like communism, is being normalized by getting us to philosophically accept the principle. But my point is, this movie is number 2 on Netflix. Netflix was founded, the co-founder and first CEO of Netflix was the great nephew of Edward Bernays, the progenitor of public relations, the guy who turned everyone on to eating bacon with their breakfast. He got women to smoke cigarettes. My point is, Netflix is mind control central. Its founder related to not just Bernays but also Sigmund Freud. So they're definitely understanding what they're doing here. They're tapping into something. I don't think there's an organic desire for this. I don't think a lot of people are writing Netflix, hey, can we have some kind of, I don't know, series about Jeffrey Dahmer eating all these poor minorities that he targeted because the police wouldn't care. Good family entertainment, and they just decided, yeah, we better do this. There's a huge demand. No, it's manufactured. Anyway, yes, the Dahmer thing is the number 2 on Netflix, and it coincides with this being the year of Soylent Green. And there is a Tony Podesta connection. Yes, Tony Podesta has this art collection, and one of his pieces happens to look like one of Jeffrey Dahmer's posed victims. Posed like one of these corpses apparently was found in a very arched position. Yes, mother of Dahmer victim condemns Netflix. Now, the thing is, I do think she has a case. I think it has to do with the right of publicity. I think they owe her royalties. If her son is being used, if his image is being used, I think they might owe her for using his likeness. I would probably look into that. Patrick Borland says the owner of Netflix is blank, by the way. Whatever it was, it got censored. I'm sure it was very insightful and explains a lot of things. But the cannibalism thing is huge. And again, 1973, 2022, there's a lot of connections, and the Soylent Green line of thinking is there. And there's a cannibalism subtext to Wall-E worth exploring. Joined by A. Woodward, 7899. Yeah, if you don't want to miss it anymore, call in. Hey, Patrick, he says Jewish. Look, I kind of moved past that, but I've noticed that that's one of the main conspiracy theory tropes pushed by agents and feds and people like Kanye. I'm not necessarily on Team Kanye. I don't think you can point to any one group and tell me they're controlling everything. I think that's kind of a cliche. It's conspiracy theory dropout material. But, I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. But the main thing here isn't his genetic background, it's not his family lineage, it's the techniques of public relations, perception management. Like, you're missing that. And we're talking about perception management, psychological operations, multi-generational mind control, and you're like, oh, this guy might be Jewish. Like, that's very surface level, shallow thinking. Saying they like that's fine. And the thing is too, when you criticize that uninformed opinion that doesn't explain very much, they say, oh, you're covering up for them. And I'm like, okay, we've all heard this before. And then you see Kanye getting censored like crazy for saying he's going DEFCON 3 on Jews. But look, I don't tell people what to think. You want to be a racist, you want to be a bigot, that's free speech. USA ballistic missile destroys buildings in Moscow. You got to see this. This is intriguing here. This video looks real for about 15 seconds. And if you just look at the headline and you just look at the thumbnail, you could be forgiven for just glossing over it, thinking, okay, here's some war. War is happening. But it takes about 15 seconds to really register here that what you're looking at is total fabrication. Again, we're looking at a video game, and I believe the video game is called Mil Sim Arma 3. USA ballistic missile destroys buildings in Moscow. Anyway, totally fake. Hey, I'll say this, Patrick, if you want to call in, or not, but my thing is this: the people who blame Jews for everything believe 9/11 was real 100%. They believe the news is real. And when that's, to me, that's kind of like naive. It's not taking a perspective off the world stage. And that perspective would only make sense in that very limited context. It just doesn't explain a lot for me. I don't find it as a satisfactory explanation. And a lot of people have tried to sell me on it. I remember the first time I met Nathan Thompson, it was in Denver, and he's like, "Have you read the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've heard of this stuff." I'm not convinced about reptilians either. These are just boring cliches at this point. And very few of the people who use that as their all-encompassing explanation can tell you what a psyop versus a false flag is. Like their minds are still very guardrailed, I would say. Kanye West calls Hollywood a giant brothel in his new Instagram rant. It's kind of an older one. Yeah, top 10 week. This is again Dahmer. It's this Dahmer thing. Number 2 most popular. It's got to be a Soylent Green tie-in. I haven't watched it, but if somebody wants to do a review on it, I'd be happy to read. I mean, I'm really not inclined to watch it. I almost feel like I should though. I almost feel like I have a duty to watch the Dahmer series. I want to put off finishing Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad, I'm on the last season. I don't want to finish it yet. But I was driving down today by the botanical gardens, and I passed by the Breaking Bad's RV where they cook the meth. They actually do a tour of all the different sites. Did anybody see this? We have the same phenomenon. You have these actors out in Ukraine. They just have these like cheesecloth wrapped heads and bloody shirts. The cheesecloth is not bloody. Like I'm supposed to believe that you're covering up a wound on your head, but you got this cheesecloth that's just pure white, and your shirt's got all the theatrical blood. Anyway, it's just like with look Vlad's bloody payback rains death across Ukraine after Crimea bridge hit, and it's just the same face. We have videos of them posing for the cameras. I mean, more cameras than victims in all these instances. Kind of like that soccer game psyop that I was talking about, the mass trampling that wasn't. Someone sent me a list, or rather a sample, of the types of responses that people are having to Alex Jones. Again, Lynn called in to leave a message about how everybody's talking about it. My only concern is this. I hope they leave Alex Jones enough money to eat. Just looking out for his neighbors. If you recall, 6 weeks into the lockdowns, he was talking about eating his neighbors. Miguel says, teaching people how to make meth. It's more of a, yeah, Breaking Bad is pretty bad. It does have a lot of that stuff in it. But it is not too bad as far as the cinematography. And I think it's kind of realistic in a lot of ways. But I don't want to finish it just yet. But again, they do the tours here, and I considered going on it just to see. I mean, they actually had a cemetery here in town that had a grave for the main character. Let me play this clip. This is Ghosts in the Machine for anybody who thinks that the psyops are mere conspiracy theories. No, it's a military operation. They're not just entertaining you. Entertainment itself is mind control, the way that it's being used. It's weaponized entertainment. And the entertainment in it is like the flavor they put in to mask the poison. It's really just tasty poison. They talk about poisonous misinformation. Yeah, the source of the poisonous misinformation that really gets people to do dumb things is the MSM. All right, this is Ghosts in the Machine from the 4th PSYOP group. All the World's a Stage. Join us. And this is from Go Army. Now what you have is a series of quotes by San Tzu. Dramatic music. Chess pieces. These statements about the world's at war, but it's a quiet war. All the world's a stage.
there is another very important phase of warfare. It has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy.
The target of psychological warfare is against the enemy's mind.
It is words and ideas.
The ammunition used by Psywar.
Words and ideas being the ammunition. And this is why they treat memes the way they do. They recognize these memes as ammunition in their Psywar, and they're attempting to disarm you. Like, it's not their bullets or your assault rifle 15s that they're going for right now. I think they're going for your ideas, free-floating ideas. This is an infodemic they're trying to purify. They want to vax your minds.
The art of combat has now taken on new form.
It says we are everywhere and has an image of an empty theater. Again, this is the fourth PSYOP group with a very ominous commercial recruiting people into this Psywar department of the military. And of course, this is, I think, not new at all. If anything, this is the standard operating procedure as it's always been. I don't think the media just started faking things 15 years ago, 20 years ago. They've been faking things from the very beginning. Joined in chat by Pete Shea. Thanks for joining. We will be live most nights of the week at the same time, usually between 7 and 9 p.m. Mountain Time. We're back on Odyssey, and I'm going to be adding the archives there daily. You can get the archives very easily. We are going back into production on the Mandela Effect documentary, by the way, in case you've been wondering. There's just so much research that's still, I mean, even now, there's more going into it. I want it to be thorough. All right, let us continue. I want to catch up on some of the more recent headlines. Secret Service says Proud Boys planned to kill people on January 6th. Again, the Proud Boys, founded by Gavin McSmollett, the guy who swatted himself, like MTG and others. They're all doing, that's what they do. They're part of the Psywar. And here, the Proud Boys, yeah, they may have. All these feds may have sat around planning to, quote, literally kill people. And of course, they're just a bunch of provocateurs. And everybody who's signed up for this, everybody who goes into the same telegrams, yeah, they're all kind of broad brush as being part of this insurrection. Here's an old article, a blog post from 2019. Busted. Beto is a crisis actor, lied about Odessa shooting. Just something I found. I'm just going through some archives here. And I remembered how back when the Walmart shooting happened that summer, it was Patrick Crusius. Another Cruz name, like Nicholas Cruz, Patrick Crusius. Not unintentional, because the whole narrative has been about the Children's Crusade. But here there was a debate, and during a debate, Beto had said, I met the mother of a 15-year-old who was shot by an AR-15, and that mother watched her bleed to death over the course of an hour because so many other people were shot by that AR-15 in Odessa and Midland, and there weren't enough ambulances to get to them all in time. So hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15. CBS 7 by the city of Odessa said, the fire department arrived at Freedom Brick GMC truck on 42nd Street 7 minutes and 21 seconds after Layla and her brother were reported shot. The ambulance arrived 1 minute later. All 30 ambulances in Odessa were scrambled to go after. Anyway, my point is, he lied. He said there weren't enough ambulances, but they fact-checked him. They love to stand on top of the piles of fake dead kids and then grandstand about what they're going to do. But again, they don't care about the real violence. Well, there's no evidence that they do. Maybe I missed it. Alex Jones unlikely to escape historical high defamation award, legal experts say. There's 83 people in the chat. If anyone wants to call in, 833-311-1984. Do you know anybody who's watching what they say because they're afraid of being sued? I don't think they're going to sue anyone who knows how these things work. They don't want to platform someone. Like, there's no way they're going to sue someone who is going to be blatantly honest and blunt about what really went on. Moreover, they're not going to want to platform somebody who might point out, oh, Alex Jones has been an actor this whole time and nobody trusts him. He's trying to throw us all under the bus. Meanwhile, Sandy Hook is nothing but a red herring to hide the fact that Parkland was fake. Vegas was fake. Borderline was fake. The Batman shooting was fake. The Boston shooting. I mean, there's so many things we can go through. Fake, fake, fake. I don't think they want to open that can of worms. If Alex Jones wasn't taking a hit, he would have Trojan horsed all kinds of things out by now. Where's his dead man switch? Leaked audio, Trump planned to claim victory, according to Bannon. I checked this out, and yes, there was a little bit of talk about Trump just claiming victory in advance, just to do it. I don't know what you can extrapolate from that, but the idea that Trump is going to be subpoenaed by 1/6 is being floated around, probably will. Lloyd says if AJ's appeals succeed, his conviction will be overturned. I don't think it's a conviction thing. It's not like it's guilt. There's a difference, a significant difference, I think, between guilt and liability. We're only talking about defamation. This is the thing. They want to convince you that he's guilty of thought crimes. No, he's not guilty of thought crimes. He was found liable for hurting some people's feelings. And they're focusing on this case to the detriment of the bigger Psywar. JP Morgan Chase terminated its banking relationship with Yeezy. Again, over his comments. Going DEFCON on Jews. I think he backed up on that. I'm not sure. MAGA man blames Democrats and BLM for explosive fire on his property. Turns out he said it himself. You've got crisis actors and fakers on both sides, by the way. And that's important to note here. That's the reason why. Look, this is what gave me the clue. I think the big reveal for me with the Sandy Hook event was this. This shows you that there is a bipartisan Psywar. Like, they're cooperating. It's not like this side is playing dirty tricks in order to get these guys to lose some votes. It's not like this side tricked everybody else. It's not like these actors are all guerrilla filmmakers, just kind of tricking the guys. No, I'm sorry. The big reveal is that it's a monolithic mind control operation that encompasses all platforms. Everything. Penn State refuses to cancel speech by Proud Boys founder. Again, Gavin McSmollett. How has this guy not been totally discredited by faking a swatting right after MTG? And how many times has Tim Pool been fake swatted? Like 13, 14 times? Peter W. says Jones is playing 5D chess. Yeah, that's copium. I remember that with Trump. He's playing 5D chess, 6D chess. You don't get it. 7D chess, 8D chess. Okay. There's a point where the emperor is just naked. And you're all just pretending not to see it. Fake Russian astronaut scammed woman out of $41,000 to return to Earth. A 65-year-old woman fell victim to a romance scam concocted by somebody pretending to be a Russian astronaut stranded on the ISS. Now, I wonder if this story wasn't made up to distract from our coverage of fake astronauts, fake space travel, fake space in general. I think a lot of these stories are meant to hijack the words that we use, the memes that we use, the phrases, and co-opt it. You're going to search for fake astronauts instead of seeing literal astronauts faking it, pretending they're in space when they're underwater. No, now it's about an actual guy on Earth pretending to be an astronaut. A fake astronaut. Love knows no boundaries. A 65-year-old fell victim to an international romance scam. Gave the scammer 4.4 million yen, or $41,000, over the course of several months. Travis Cloud says, no way. Look, I don't find that to be hard to believe, but I just think it's a meme grab. Minnesota MAGA couple was found guilty of faking Antifa attack for profit. Do they have a GoFundMe? Only crisis actors make money on GoFundMe. It's pretty much how they get paid. How to view the violent online rhetoric promising civil war. Again, I'm kind of fatigued on civil war. I've been fatigued on it for a while. World War III, civil war, what's it going to be? It can't be both, or is it going to be both? But it's been overused. Every 4 years, it's civil war. Every 4 years, it's a different Antichrist. It's a different World War III. I'm holding out a little bit of some, I'm not going to say hope, doom hope. I do think that there's a likelihood that if there is going to be a judgment day, if there is going to be some kind of conflagration to end the old age as they bring in this post-reset age, it's going to have to happen in 2022. I don't think they can delay it much longer. Do we want social media companies to decide whether Kanye West gets a platform? There are many people who want this to be the case. Again, he compared himself to Alex Jones, interestingly enough, on that Tucker Carlson interview. And I have to wonder, too, how much of this, again, is just trying to make the case that we need more regulation because some people don't have filters. Because he can be forgiven because he's got bipolar. That's what they'll say. They'll say, well, you can forgive it, but we can't let it go unregulated. Like you can't let somebody not wear a mask, not get a vax. You can't let somebody not censor their thoughts. They've made these correlations. Miguel says fake is the agenda. Yeah, the way I look at it, the world stage is really nothing more than the false world view that's been made into the consensus, the default, and that it's always a war over real. Fake requires constant reapplication. This is why they won't cut off your internet for long. If they do an EMP, they'll take out a few states, maybe, but they can't turn it off for long. They wouldn't want you to return to the meatverse. The meatverse has been subverted by the metaverse. Even this Kanye story and this meltdown is somewhat recycled. Kanye already professed his love for Hitler in 2018. TMZ ex-staffer Van Lathan Jr. made the claim in the Higher Learning podcast, recalling that West had already said that stuff in 2018 and they took it out. My point of it, though, as Kanye West world burns, JP Morgan Chase Bank terminates their relationship. Lloyd Miller says tyranny is the program. Well, 2020 showed us how much control they have, and it just takes a simple fashion statement to cow everybody to go along with the new program. I don't know if things are necessarily getting worse. I don't believe in nukes. I don't believe in a lot of these things that are supposed to be things that keep you up at night, keep you worried about the future, that make you believe in all these dystopian visions they present us with on Netflix. Tom Cruise going to space, and he's going to do an actual spacewalk. Universal's working on a movie that will be shot in space, making Cruise the first civilian to do a spacewalk. Again, spacewalks are all done underwater. I hope he's practicing his scuba diving. Supreme Court denies appeal of Charleston shooter. They bring these characters out just to make political points and to remind you. And all these characters, it's almost like Marvel superheroes in a Marvel universe. All these characters exist in the same fictional universe, and all these shooters do as well, and they're always connected in interesting ways. I think Dylan's middle name is the most interesting thing about him, Dylan Storm Roof, and this storm notion, which is, of course, I think culminated in 1/6 and the storming of the Capitol. All right, let's see. Charlemagne says, this is Charlemagne the God, KK Kanye West chose to be a Nazi. Again, what does this even mean? KKK Kanye, I'm sorry, but again, Kanye's like a Trumpster, and it's Democrats that are the Klan, And when you're going to say Nazi, what does that even mean? It's like fascist versus semi-fascist at this point. Meaningless. Kanye West told Tucker that fake children were trying to manipulate his kids. The interview did get kind of weird, and he did say that there were some fake children being inserted into his lives in order to influence his children. That's where I think his Truman Show impression is coming from. I think he might actually be in one. Commenter remarks that I never see anything this Kanye dude does or says. I just hear people about the stuff. He doesn't exist in my life. If you don't know, you aren't playing the game. I entirely disagree. And this is why I pay attention to all of these things. I don't think you can turn off the mass media mind control, the de facto state church, and be immune from it. I think you have a couple of options. You can be misinformed, like the masses. You can be uninformed, or you can be informed. The only people that are informed are the Psywar operatives at the top of the pyramid and us, the ones who actually pay attention. And if you have a choice, if you're informed, you're in the know about things and you're not surprised by anything. If you're uninformed, you don't have enough information to make rational decisions when something changes. The uninformed might have defaulted into, well, let me go ahead and lock down and shut down my business and not even speak out against it, because they may not have enough information. But those of us who are highly attuned to what was going on, we're seeing, hey, look, 3/11, the next world war is going to start. 3/11, 2020, as prophesied in so many Netflix TV shows. But if you don't have time to pay attention to all this stuff, the next best thing is to be a part of a think tank like this, and you get the breakdown, and then you're informed without having to allow this matrix to really just suck your soul every day. And that's what we're doing. We're actually cutting through the haze and getting right to the story. That's what I call the meta script. Like, you can just ignore the daily reports. Oh, the ocean levels rose an inch today. The globe just heated up. Another type of whale just died. Like, they're always going to give you some stories. But if you can just categorically debunk this climate change nonsense, if you can categorically debunk any of their psyops, then you don't need to waste time. So you can look at this as a time-saving exercise. Here's a tweet from Freedom Fighter. Remember COVID Kapoor and his model Rona? Yeah, you have a fashion designer named COVID, and here you have a model named Rona, and Rona's wearing a mask and even says, "I can't breathe." Like, I don't pay attention to fashion. I haven't, but now I'm seeing, whenever like, especially with Kanye, that there's a reason why these people get so much attention. Someone on Twitter asked how to call in if they're in the UK. I think the best way, if you don't want to do Skype, is to jump into the Discord voice, and we can connect there. Again, the more I consider Kanye's role in fashion, 2020 makes sense. The agenda was enforced via fashion. The mask was always a fashion statement, more than a medical device. Now here's a clip from Stone, Roger Stone. A lot of these clips are coming out all of a sudden, like the one where Nancy Pelosi said she wanted to beat up Trump. Roger Stone stood out to me back in 2016 because, well, he was, hanging out with Trump, advising Trump, but he's also associated with Nixon and Watergate. And here we have Watergate happening all over again, and he is all over it. And again, Roger Stone has a Richard Nixon tramp stamp, and I predicted that Trump would have a Nixon-like fall from grace, just based on his association with this character. And I said this long before 1/6. Just more vindication.
Jared Kushner has an IQ of 70. He's coming to Miami. We will eject him from Miami very quickly. He'll be leaving very quickly. He has 100 security guards. I'll have 5,000 security guards. You want to fight? Let's fight. Fuck you. Fuck you and your abortionist bitch daughter. Jared.
Okay, now, when he says F you and your abortionist daughter, I think he's referring to Ivanka. It's kind of strange. Was he referring to Trump? I don't know. But they're bringing out a lot of dirty laundry right now. Not a coincidence. It's like they were saving up for this. Donald Trump will be ordered to give evidence into deadly U.S. Capitol riots after January 6th committee vote. We'll see if he complies. Pelosi on January 6th, I'm going to punch him out, and I'm going to jail, and I'm going to be happy. Let me play this clip again.
Secret Service said they have dissuaded him from coming to Capitol Hill. They told him they don't have the resources to protect him here. So at the moment he is not coming, but that could change.
Oh, he comes, I'm gonna punch him out. This is
Oh,
my
wow,
moment.
I would pay to see
I've
that.
been waiting for this, for trespassing on the Capitol grounds. I'm gonna punch him out, and I'm gonna go to jail, and I'm gonna be happy.
All right, fascinating. Nancy Pelosi expecting Trump to show up, and apparently he was going to go, the story goes anyway, and he grabbed the wheel of the beast and tried to get them to go to the Capitol so he could lead right alongside the QAnon shaman, but they wouldn't let him go. They said it wasn't safe. There's also some suggestions that there were some armed Proud Boys, and that these were cited as the reason why it was too dangerous for Trump, and he said they're not there for me, which kind of suggests, of course, that he was complicit in what would have been an armed insurrection. My only question would be for anyone, is this real? Is Trump playing into it, or was he legitimately trying to, was he thwarted? I mean, this is all very interesting to me. The idea that Trump is a rogue and that he was stopped, yeah, it's a nice story, but I'm more likely to think that he took a fall on behalf of the far right purposefully. That way they could create the American counterpart to the to like radical Islam, basically. The QAnon radicals. Travis Cloud says Pelosi should do a song with Kanye and Manson. Right. I got another, I don't want to play it. I have a clip here. It's a pretty decent rap by the Morgile. Kind of broke into it. A few other things I've been going over recently. We talk about all these various psychological operations and their starring characters, and this is a really important one. Timothy McVeigh was executed at the age of 33 on 6/11/2001, 90 days before 9/11. Timothy McVeigh is sort of the white nationalist OBL, like the white nationalist Obama. And, of course, this is the Oklahoma City bombing suspect. Terry Nichols, his partner in crime, something of a sovereign citizen. But he's inspired largely, I think, by the Turner Diaries, which has also kind of resurfaced recently. But there's quite a lot to suggest that Timothy McVeigh was, I would say, promoted and is now going by Sergeant, or I guess Specialist Paul Weisabel. Just kind of one of these interesting side notes. Where are they now? Timothy McVeigh definitely moved up in the world. Yep, 72 watching. Thanks everyone for showing up. And if you want to have text message alerts, just go to infiniteplane.media, and you will also get archives sent to you nightly if you join the Discord server or any of the newsletters. I make sure I post those links. We've been kind of hit or miss on YouTube channels lately, and that's because, of course, we're a targeted channel. We're targeted because this is, again, it's a Psy war, and right now they're going through it's almost like a holy war, and they're trying to purify a new Bible. Their media is the de facto state church, and they don't like heretical tracts. They don't like any kind of compilations of information that don't comport with their world stage view. And our perspective is decidedly off world stage, and we keep it that way. We don't take sides. Why would you? This to me is classic. It's just counter narrative versus narrative on every single event, whether it's a fake shooting or this Kanye thing. If you're on Team Kanye or you're on Team Cancel Kanye, you're on the world stage. If you're on Team Greta or Team Kyle, these are, it's a fake schism. All kinds of stars reacting to Kanye's messages. overreacting, I should say, selectively reacting to it. If you think about the things they don't react to. I mean, look at the collective pearl clutching and the overreaction to 1/6, which was obviously, just by the looks of it, it was basically a frat party. Nobody broke anything. The QAnon shaman was led to the podium. They were laughing. It was a clown show. But they turned that into a 9/11. Meanwhile, the same people who were looking at 1/6 as the worst thing ever didn't really notice the riots throughout the summer of 2020. Actual victims, people being pulled out of cars. Strangely, none of the rioters in 2020, none of the looters died of COVID. Not one. And I can't explain it other than possibly tear gas might actually cleanse the environment. Tear gas might actually be sort of a way to kill off the virus before you breathe it in. Maybe it kills it in your lungs. I don't want to give out medical misinformation, but it's just conspicuous that during the summer of 2020, all of the peaceful protesters violating social distance, chanting, breathing the same air, none of them died from that. But there were more than 90 of them getting hit by cars. And these aren't disputable. You can find the reports. There were a lot of people getting hurt. But again, nobody on the Democrat side noticed. All right, we're going to continue on all these different storylines as they develop. We're getting very close to the midterms, and basically this is the pattern. As we get closer to the election, we're going to see a ramping up of every type of psyop, every type of fake event that they have in their repertoire will be brought out. We won't be surprised by any of it. We have a Discord server open 24/7 if you jump in. We also have, of course, the main research room. If you want to join that, just go to ips.monster. ips.monster will take you right to the hub, and I've been using that. It's much easier for people to remember, and it has all of the relevant links there. If you want to leave voicemails 24/7, it's 833-311-1984. Again, if you want to get texts, go to infiniteplane.media if you need to re-sign up. I did change text provider a couple of weeks ago. All right, this has been great. Same time tomorrow, same place. I'm going to turn it back over to the 24/7. We're doing a lot of work behind the scenes, and I'd like to get some more recording done on the Mandela Effect documentary. Anyway, thanks for joining. This is 33rd Degree, Lucifer Tim. Hit the links below and sign up. That way you don't miss anything.
This is the court of the 33rd degree. I was taken back, a little southern
right, it is October the 12th, 2022. This is The 33rd Degree by Lucifer Tim. And if you've been listening to Infinite Plane Radio for a couple of years, you are an honorary member of the 33rd Degree of every secret society you can mention, because whose secrets don't we know? Whose codes haven't we cracked? All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. It's a rhetorical question. We've cracked them all. And that's what makes them so annoyed with us. We know more than most of the people clawing their way up the pyramid. And we're not on the pyramid. I want to say thanks to Waynell for the meme here. Never trigger the flight or fight response of the flightless bird. Hey, they've been warned. Plenty. Again, memes are free. InfinitePlaneSociety.com. Join now. Get in the Discord server. And the 24/7 think tank is free access. And there's a new feature I wanted to talk about. The 24/7 OMNICHAT, which is our ground zero think tank. It's in Discord, and it integrates with all these other platforms, and it's a permanent record. But what's better is, now we have a voice chat, and sometimes when we're not live, I jump in there. There's a lot of us in there. We just talk about whatever. And those recordings are put into a podcast feed called the Infinite Plane Society Insider, and that is spelled INCITER, Inciter. Not that we're arsonists, but the idea is these are sparks. These are sparks to create conversation. And the Insider podcast is separate from the main one, but you won't miss it if you're there. I put it very conveniently in its own little text room, recorded voice chats. If you click that, you'll be able to access a lot of those old conversations. I'll get them transcribed and more. Just sent out text message notifications and live stream notifications. I've been off and on for the last couple of days. It hasn't been 100% consistent, but that's because I've been doing some side work. Dark Matter Digital Network is back, and I am the program manager. I don't anticipate doing any live shows there, but I am doing a lot of pre-recorded content, and I'll be recording it here. So if you're listening to Infinite Plane Radio, as usual, you're in the know. You won't miss anything. But if you like Dark Matter, darkmatter.radio is going to be 24/7. The official launch is tomorrow, 10/13/2022, which is the 1-year anniversary of William Shatner going to space. And if you recall, on that day, Shatner goes to space. He came down, and his mind was blown by how fragile the Earth looked. And he was trying to convey how he was worried. In fact, he claims that the trip to space made him weep for the Earth. And he even suggested that there was going to be a, quote, catastrophic event. He hinted at some catastrophic event. And this was last year. Well, the 1-year anniversary of that launch is today, and it's interesting how many headlines are mentioning Armageddon, Judgment Day, and the catastrophic response to a nuke if Putin goes there. Again, it all looks incredibly scripted, so I've been wondering, well, what's going to be the thing that causes Armageddon? Will it be a nuke? Will it be a rock from space? And interestingly enough, before Biden said Armageddon, before Putin said Armageddon, Armageddon was being force-memed into the public consciousness because the star of Armageddon, Bruce Willis, was having his likeness transcended into the metaverse. And this is going along with his aphasia. So it's like he's losing his mind, but his mind is going into this new format. He's transcending. And at the same time, NASA is sending its DART, which is an asteroid redirection, a projectile missile that hits these rocks in space so they don't hit us. NASA is your savior, by the way. And they'll tell you, they'll say, a big rock killed the dinosaurs. So this is important. We saved you. Anyway, thanks, NASA. So the DART's going up there, and they're comparing it to the Bruce Willis mission, Armageddon, obviously, where he died to save the world. Armageddon's in the news, and it's consistent again with the rock hitting the Earth narrative and this Terminator 2 nuke thing. All of these things are on the table right now. I have a voicemail to play. Let me go ahead and get to that right away. I want to make it a point to get to voicemails first. If you leave voicemails, I always read them or play them live. Okay, here's the first one.
Hey, it's One Step. I wanted to get in touch with you because last night you were talking a lot about Baked Alaska and Nick Fuentes, and I have a whole lot of information.
Oh, yes, we got there. This is from a few nights ago. This was a message from One Step Too Far, who called to speak about a lot of these alt-right figures, these alt-feds, maybe we should call them. Fascinating conversation. It was probably the last archived live stream. We had like 3 hours on the phone, a lot of different callers, but we were talking about many of these characters, and I use the word characters advisedly, who appear in these big productions like the 1/6 event and appear to be scripted, fake. I refer to them as Judas goats. And for those who are wondering what a Judas goat is, I'm talking about a person who is controlled opposition, one, as in they pretend to be on your side, but they're actually working for the other side. But in particular, the Judas goat is trained in animal herding. And what they do is they essentially lead the other animals into the slaughterhouse. But they don't get slaughtered. It's kind of their gig. For example, Bill Hicks, Alex Jones. Are we looking at a Judas goat? Or are we looking at a legitimate hero of the people? Well, it depends on how objective you can be. A lot of people are attached to their leaders that have been handed to them. Was it Albert Pike or who said, when they need a leader, we shall provide it? This is one of these nefarious statements about how nobody rises a certain level up this pyramid without their approval. Anybody who's there with a blue check, suspect. The whole idea here, of course, of the Judas goat thing pertains to this 1/6 and even Alex Jones's position with the Sandy Hook thing and the persecution of these gun companies. I think this is all scripted. It's a scripted takedown of the First and Second Amendments. Speaking of which, today we have this. Dylan Roof has tried to appeal his conviction. It says the Supreme Court on Tuesday denied an appeal by Charleston church shooter Dylan Roof, leaving in place his death sentence for the 2015 shooting deaths of 9 black congregants. Dylan Roof was the one who was at a prayer meeting, shot the 9 people, and then the police took him to a Burger King. Well, this, again, is obviously fake and staged. We've talked about this ad nauseum, but some of the things that stood out about Charleston, and this was a big one for me. This was what got me to really start talking about this subject, because in my own life, nobody cares. But I was looking at this one, and I was thinking, this guy seems too similar to too many other characters, and his name, Dylan Storm Roof, and they said, oh, he's going to the Storm. The Storm was some white power website, white nationalists. Again, Dylan Storm Roof. The name just stood out to me. I thought, this is too contrived. And then I looked closer at the story, and then I'm thinking, wait a minute here. The storm is coming. This is obvious foreshadowing. They started building this narrative up. And then Dylan Roof is the guy who caused the ADL to label the bowl cut as a hate symbol. A couple of things about it that seemed very hoaxy. He shoots 9 people in this church, and within a few days they have a full service. Lots of people there. The President Barack Obama was there. He sang Amazing Grace. And the place was packed. I'm like, is that enough time to clean up after 9 bodies? Is that enough time to see where all the bullets went and everything? No, I don't think so. It was a real fast event, real fast production. It just came and went in a flash, just like everything else they show us. There's no due process. They just basically play it like it's a movie. Anyway, Dylan Roof, again, the guy who popularized the bowl cut. Although now it's moved to the fascie haircut. I think it was bowl cut, then fascie, and now it's... They like to take anything that typifies a group and just convert it to a hate symbol. Do you remember when AOK just meant 666? And now it means white power? I mean, who decides? Why does the Illuminati hand sign for 666 have to go over to the white power crew? Why do they get to be the ones to define what that means? And of course, everything's a hate symbol these days, but let me go and show you what I mean. I think there's an actual term for it. Like the people who were, here it is, the bowl cut by Dylan Roof. Again, this is the ADL heat map, which just shows you where all the hate is around the country. Hate on display database. The bowl cut, a bowl-shaped haircut resembling the one sported by Dylan Roof. Now, I haven't seen any alt-right people with this type of haircut. Roof venerators use his distinctive bowl cut to refer to themselves and like-minded fans. They call themselves Bowl Trash, or the Final Bowlution, the Bowl Gang, the Bowl Waffen Division, Take the Bowl Pill, Disrespect the Bowl, Pay the Toll, Take Me to Church. Now, look, this stuff's, to me, this is made up. I think that the people who work for these websites who label things as hate speech, yeah, I think that they're the ones making this stuff up. And I read about them and their secret numbers and their codes. I'm talking about these white power groups. It all just seems too Kabbalistic, like 23, AK. They add up the numbers, compute them, relate them to other things. I just don't buy any of it as being truly organic. Here's a meme. You can tell this was made by a Fed. No self-respecting memester would put together some low-res garbage like this. Dylan Roof did nothing wrong. And then you have the Nazi black sun, which has been popularized by some of the new flat earthers to put out documentaries. He's wearing a Gold's Gym shirt. Now, what's interesting about this, around the time that the Dylan Roof happened, this Dylan Roof incident, 2015, there was this uptick on criticism against what was called toxic masculinity. So here you have Dylan Roof with noodle arms, never been to a gym in his life, but he's wearing a Gold's Gym shirt. Yeah, it's part of a costume. It's part of this composite character they've created. He represents toxic masculinity. He's burning an American flag, and he has a Confederate flag. They banned Confederate flags after this event. After this event, there were multiple reports of burning churches in the South that all turned out to be hoaxes. One was lightning. One was an office fire. One was the pastor who did it and tried to blame it on the other side. The whole thing was just hysterical. Take the bowl pill, what a joke. But I like to point this stuff out. You know, this is, again, if you don't call it out, they will redefine everything as hate. And, you know, truth sounds to hate like, yeah, I think it was it? Yeah, I believe it was George Orwell who said that truth sounds like hate to those who hate the truth. I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at today. Now they're getting at the point where they want such control over language that they're going to convict you of murder if someone kills themselves over your meme. And that's been the case with this Molly Russell case, which we'll get to. Molly Russell's the one who went down a really dark rabbit trail because of the internet, because of algorithms, and this led her to kill herself. And in the first case of its kind, they're saying death by internet. I mean, dark rabbit trails. Like she has no volition. She was just led there. And they presented this slippery slope argument in 2018 when they blamed Alex Jones, a globe earther, a secret space program believer, an anti-flat earther. They blamed Alex Jones for flat earth. They said, oh, if you listen to this, the algorithm's going to take you there. It's like, oh, you don't have a choice. You realize this, right? Oh, no, you catch the memes like you catch COVIDs. You walk into a room, you hear this meme, now that's your belief. That's what they want the public to think. And if the public will buy that, which they will, then they can make the case that we have to ban these memes from the public because people can catch them. Don't want you to catch hate. Don't want you to catch any kind of meme that might make you go do something like question the scientists, not recycle, shoot up a school. You know, these unregulated memes, because this is an infodemic. And the infodemic's way worse than the pandemic. That's what they want you to think. In my opinion, they created the pandemic as an excuse to control speech, to control the infodemic. And the infodemic is about the information they don't control. It's not hate speech they're going after. It's not QAnon they're going after. They're going after all unregulated speech, ideas. They don't want wrong answers out there. They don't want you to be able to compare wrong from right and come to your own conclusions. No, they're going to tell you. And why would you need to ask? They tell you the right answers. Why would you need to go ahead and ask a question? And this again fits into the agenda which I called out a couple years ago. They're going to send in blue helmeted NATO troops into every house. They will kick down your doors, battering rams if they have to. They will rappel in from helicopters, kick through your windows, land in your bedroom. They will go right to your computer, and they will rip that question mark key off your keyboards. They're going to do it everywhere. There's going to be a massive bonfire. They'll have it on TV. All the question marks burning. And this was the secret meaning behind the movie Don't Look Up. If you look up your own answers, if you look up alternative explanations, the world's going to be destroyed. Again, thanks for joining. Let me go ahead and see who's in the chat. I sent out text notifications. I know it's early, somewhat unexpected. We are joined here by quite a lot here. Rocco Calzone, David Hazel, HIGGIH. David A. Pryor says L. Ron Hubbard, spelled E-L. Yes, it's code. Lafayette, but they use L because they need to invoke the name of their god. Shannon Jones has been missing you, Tim. Thanks for the notification. Yes, I've had a number of side projects. I started an eBay store. I reclaimed a domain from the domain thief, Goldfinch, who stole 40 domains from me since 2018 in order to block traffic to my projects. He bought infiniteplanesociety.org, .net. I mean, every iteration you could think of, 40 domains. Now, I haven't had him officially served with papers for that yet because he's hard to find, but we will find him within a few months. We will locate him and serve him papers. But I managed to get timosman.art, A-R-T. I got that one back. And I reopened an eBay store, and that's probably going to allow me to spend more time doing this. I've always been able to maintain a good side income with art sales when I've had an eBay store because it has traffic. Built-in traffic. Joined by Creation Bear says tuned in. Awesome. Pippi Langstroth says what? In all caps. Angst G, Salty Siren, Marcel Ploger. G33, awesome. All right, Zero Infinity Live. Thank you for joining. I'm going to hand out wrenches here momentarily. All the YouTube channels are burners. We've burned through 140 of them. And by the way, YouTube is a party. They are I would say, a co-defendant in an identity theft suit. I have an identity theft suit against the individual who stole those domains. And YouTube is a party to this identity theft. I don't want to spend too much time in it, but I mentioned them. And I just want to mention that YouTube is it's a criminal. We'll just say that. Joined by T-Dog135 says, guess I'm moving to Bolivia. David Pryor says, wasn't there a song about a roof on fire? Yes, I believe that could even be relevant here. We've been talking about how the West is burning. West world burning. Westeros burning before the winter. The big nuclear winter meme they've been pushing out there. The dark winter, the division. It wasn't about cold weather. No, it's about nuclear winter. I mean, it might be cold. I mean, it's a hypothetical situation. Joined by Project Honda Rod says, dig all the art. Glad to support the channel. Thank you. And it will keep this channel going despite the best attempts of the monolithic media to marginalize and suppress us. And we're not even trying to be confrontational. We're not even going against the grain. We are parallel. And we are growing as a parallel media network. We don't need to be censored. We're more academic than political. And our opinions are based on an objective analysis of the facts, not just the facts they serve us, but the bigger picture. And the public's not supposed to know there's a bigger picture. They're not supposed to know there are wrong answers. Okay, let's continue. I'm going to go through my minds.com. I briefly had to mention Molly Russell because that's going to be the new agenda here. Molly Russell is the first example of somebody who's been killed by a meme. Watch out, Alex Stein, the Morgiles on the grind. Seems like a number of people are trying to break their way into mainstream success through rapping. A lot of these late blooming rappers, like mid-40s, are just like, oh, I'm just going to start rapping. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it necessarily.
But it's a color and or a flavor, and then some type of a primate or even a reference to a primate, right? So here we go. I'm reading this. We got lavender, panda bear, extra money, honey badger, white chocolate woodchuck, marmalade marsupial. Don't forget about vanilla gorilla. Don't forget about grape ape. Mocha
Now,
koala, tangerine.
I understand a lot of people won't have any context for what a morgile is. I may get into it as we get closer to Halloween. We'll get into what exactly this cryptid happens to be. Just an old friend of the channel. It's always interesting to see people I haven't heard from a few years. Just where have they, where are they now? And I kind of want to do a where are they now for all of the headliners of the Flat Earth Conference. I know you got Philip Stallings is in jail for life. I believe 56 charges of human trafficking, child stuff. Let's see here. A number of them have been COVIDed off the world stage, if you want to believe it. I mean, who was it? It was SpongeBob. SpongeBob called in and he shared a clip where it appears to be that one of these very well-known flat earthers died of COVID, but he came back and he was protesting police in Canada on behalf of the truckers. I really have my doubts about any celebrity deaths for the most part. Angstry, no press pass yet. Press passes are still being sent out. If you just want to message me on Ko-Fi or email, I'll give you a tracking number. Press passes were delayed by about a week. I was off, but for the most part, they're heading out. We have more than 160 now. I need to get an exact count. And if you are doing any kind of reporting or interested in doing reporting, one of our plans for the near future is to crowdfund stories. We've done this stuff before. We crowdfunded a steam-powered rocket that garnered a lot of media attention. We crowdfunded billboards. We've crowdfunded art shows. And I thought, it might be a good idea to crowdfund certain stories. We want a certain event covered. Like, for example, on Friday, the Pillow Guy, Mike Lindell, and Steve Bannon are going to be engaging in election denialism in Rio Doso, New Mexico. And I thought, I'd go out there and cover it. Talk to the Pillow Guy. And so someone else is there. Dave Clements, the professor Dave Clements, who was at the Cyber Symposium. And he's the one who happens to have an uncanny resemblance to the author of those Baron Trump time travel books, Ingersoll Lockwood. Yeah, Professor Dave Clements looks like Ingersoll Lockwood. And many have pointed this out, thinking this guy's a time traveler. Again, that's some Q stuff, but this guy's up to his... These are all basically deep in the whole Q terrain. This is, again, Steve Bannon, War Room, insurrectionist, Mike Lindell, crackhead CEO, insurrectionist. Anyway, they're going to be about 3 hours away from here, and I would consider driving out there and covering it. But I'm not going to send anybody on a trip like that unless we can cover their gas expenses. Now, if you want your press pass linked, your social media linked on the infiniteplane.media website, I can do that. So all press pass carriers, if you have a Twitter, or if you just have a media contact, or if you just want your name listed, your moniker, we can put it on there as a reference point. Just send me a message, go to Infinite Plane Media, and there is a contact box. Salty Siren says, my main TikTok account is banned, so you'll have to update my new one. Yeah, they're probably mad because of Salty Siren's account, I believe Infinite Plane Media has more than 1 million instances on TikTok. All right, I'm going to go ahead and try to catch up with a number of different subjects we've been following. Jim Carrey's been on our list lately, simply because Kanye West compared his experiences lately to that of the Truman Show. And as we've predicted, Kanye West's world is burning. If you recall, back in January, there was a fire in the Bronx. It was a 19-story building. 19 people were reported dead. It was on 1-9. It was started by space heaters. It was the northwest of the Twin Parks Towers. And at that time, I was talking about the significance of the word West in this bigger script. Westeros burning, Westworld burning. Then we have the Kanye West situation, and I was correlating these things as Kanye West was at that Dawn Day 2 event with the burning house, and the burning house symbol is echoed in all these mainstream productions, all these big shows like on Netflix. The same symbol is repeated all over the place, and I believe the burning house represents the West. And this has been one of our repeated themes. And I've been suggesting that as the West burns, as it gets the nuke, the Terminator 2, which is coming, as the nuclear winter arrives, we're going to see America take a fall, and it's going to be personified in our celebrity dramas. And I think that Kanye West's fall from grace right now is part of the fall of the West, part of this agenda. And there's quite a lot with Kanye West's character. He's not just some celebrity who's way too enabled and too rich and too irresponsible, too unaccountable. No, I believe this is a story kind of analogous to what we saw with Charles Manson. And he is a cult leader, but also with O.J. Simpson. There are some elements here that are being repeated. But what's more, Kanye West is in trouble with everyone because he had a fashion show, and he put out a line of shirts that say White Lives Matter, and then he goes on to Tucker Carlson. And then after this, within a few days, he gets some blowback for the White Lives Matter, and he says some things about Jews, going DEFCON 3 on Jews. Now, DEFCON, interchangeable, I guess, but this wasn't taken well, and there's a ton of blowback, which we may cover some of it, but mainly it's this. White Lives Matter. Who would wear that? Well, that's already been associated with skinheads, KKK, white nationalists. Not that they would use it, but my point of it is that this goes into the black versus white, not race, but this black versus white alchemical polarization. They're creating these poles that they can then synthesize. It's not about anything other than this continued schism that they're putting in the middle of our existences here, so that we're never going to be friends, that there has to be some third party to reconcile things once these two ends are collided into one another. And that's what's about to happen. So the helter-skelter is what came to mind when I'm watching this, because if you recall, Charles Manson did these Hollywood killings, and it was blamed on Black Panthers to instigate a race war and wipe out everyone but the whites. That was like the whole story of Helter Skelter, as crazy as that sounds. And it's going to be pinned on these murders, the murder of Sharon Tate, pinned on Black Panthers. Well, Kanye's dad is a Black Panther, interestingly enough. And today the corresponding group would be the Black Lives Matter. Now, my point here is that for Kanye West to wear that is kind of fascinating, considering at the Dawn Day 2 event, when he's posing in front of the burning house, he's hanging out with Marilyn Manson, which brings in this Charles Manson Church of Satan connection, which is an important connection considering that the Manson killings were performed by Susan Atkins, a satanic witch from the Church of Satan, quite literally. Now, what's more, this isn't their first interaction. This collaboration between Kanye and Manson at this ritual to Hades, to Pluto, on 2/22/2022, the day of Pluto return. It wasn't just an occult ritual, I think that they just put together. I think these guys have been working together for some time on this. What I mean is, here they are performing a song called Jail, which hasn't happened yet, but I think that's foreshadowing. But previously, Kanye had released a song called Black Skinhead. And what a contradiction, but now you can see the meaning of it. So Black Skinhead came out, and that song happens to sample Marilyn Manson, which is the song Beautiful People. Now, the bigger picture here, I'm thinking here, is we're looking at foreshadowing for the instigation of some kind of, quote, helter-skelter kind of conflagration. And this is all very much, I think, tied into the return of Pluto, the meaning of it, and the Kraken, which is associated with it. But again, Black Skinhead, that song was in the news recently because the director of the new Elvis movie reportedly played that song for all of his actors before every scene to, quote, hype them up. We'll continue to look at some of the blowback here. Let me catch some comments. Penguin Doctor says, got my press pass, medical correspondent. Excellent. All right, let's continue. I'm trying to follow up on all the comments. We have about 40 people here. David Pryor says Kanye is also a conspiring theorist. He did compare himself to Alex Jones. And he also, when he was talking to Tucker Carlson, he pointed out some interesting things that we've been talking about. As in, he noted how when there's an event they want us to focus on, and he was talking about Uvalde, it feels like the Truman Show. You can't avoid it. And he's right about that. Penguin says you could easily do a JL interview monthly. Yeah, you know what? I ought to reach out to him and talk to him. I was watching one of his videos last night. He found some fascinating connections between the death of River Phoenix and the Viper Room and Elvis Presley. And this is part of a bigger narrative which JL has been uncovering for some time. But I wanted to bring up the idea that River Phoenix may have been reborn as Mark Dice. And I went, Mark Dice is being followed by, I believe, like 350,000 people, maybe more, maybe millions. Like, he's pretty popular. I have 1,000 followers, if that, on Twitter. I go over to Mark Dice. I want to follow what he's doing these days, and I've been blocked. I'm like, why would Mark Dice block me? Strange, right? Well, I think I know why. There was a night where I was talking about the significance of the Joker, played by Joaquin Phoenix. And we started talking about River Phoenix, and I brought up how River Phoenix was likely Mark Dice. And someone called in, and we spoke several times, and a friend of mine kept sending me messages saying, that's Mark Dice, right? He's using a fake name. Anyway, I called him out on it, subtly, and never got a call from this person again, and then I was blocked by Mark Dice. But I think it's interesting to note here that Joaquin Phoenix plays the Joker, but in real life, quote, real life, he is an environmentalist. He's basically doing the Greta thing. He got arrested protesting climate change alongside Jane Fonda. So there you have Joaquin Phoenix is a left-wing agitator. Mark Dice, if he is the twin, is on the other side. He's a right-wing agitator. And he was introduced on Alex Jones's show, back when he was still John Connor. John Connor is an interesting reference to the Terminator 2. Remember, again, it's JC, John Connor, Savior, coming back in time, JC, Jesus Christ, against the Terminator. And the Terminator is a reference to the sunset, where night meets day, the Terminator line. Because in this myth, the sun dies at sunset. It's terminated. The Son of God, the idea here, Son and Satan here. Terminator and JC. Or T2. And T2 is the movie where you have a nuke in Seattle on the playground, and it focuses on a burning turtle. T2, I think, could be a reference to the Second Coming in a few ways, but also Pluto 2. Again, Pluto returned to its position where it was on July 4th, 1776, and the significance of this is difficult to overstate. We've covered it quite a bit since February, and I'll bring it up as it becomes relevant here. It is highly significant, though. We're talking about the cult that runs this world having this obsession with time because they control time and space, and everything they do is coordinated by this metascript, which isn't written by a few people in Hollywood. Its author is much higher, you could say, because it's all based on the stars. It's an astrotheological tale encoded into the religions, and it is superimposed over our mainstream media and the myths and the narratives that they have us go along with on the world stage, which is mostly a simulation. I mean, it's real, it's physically real, yes, but the mental reality that we're living in, yeah, there's a disparity between the observed experience and the one that they tell you exists, the one that you see through the screen. All right, let me continue. Travis Cloud says, Mark Dice blocks you. Oh, yeah, you got to see my blocked list. If you saw my blocked list, you'd be, well, it's a who's who of, I think, gatekeepers, guardrailers, and people who are charged with controlling sensitive information while being disguised as truth tellers. I had a long conversation the other day. It was a group chat in our Discord server, and it was Pete Shea who brought up something very interesting about James Cameron. James Cameron, who brought us the Terminator 2. James Cameron, on 9/11/2001, was on the set of the Titanic. During 9/11, he's on the Titanic and he's eating a sub. And I'll get to that later. But the significance there, to me, is one, the Terminator 2 movie was replete with 9/11 predictive programming. On 9/11, he's on a Titanic, which I think is a symbol for the West and the West sinking. It's a symbol for the Tower of Babel. It's the symbol of too big to fail. Now he's on the Titanic eating a sub. Now again, I mentioned the Titanic recently because it's been used as a metaphor for the Earth for global warming, and the iceberg is the global warming we're denying or ignoring. We are ignoring this big iceberg, or we're just not aware of it, blissfully, because we're too big to fail, right? Capitalism too big to fail. Mother Nature won't stop it. That's the idea with the movie Don't Look Up. Earth is now the Titanic. The iceberg is the comet. The comet symbolizes global warming, but in the movie it's the comet that's going to hit us in 6 months and 14 days. And who's the face of that movie? Leonardo DiCaprio. Why? Because he was the face of the Titanic. It's just to reiterate the symbolism there, that the world will, be destroyed by this Titanic. Again, this symbolism behind everything tells us this, greater story as it unfolds. But again, don't look up information, don't question the science, or we will all die. And by the way, in the movie Don't Look Up, Leonardo DiCaprio was he was an agoraphobe. He was so scared of the sky, of the sky falling, he had to take anxiety pills. The message of that is, if you knew what this scientist knew, you too would be taking pills for anxiety. He looks like he hasn't shaved in a few days, his clothes look slept in, and this is the same archetype as the main character in Moonfall. Same thing, neck beard, doesn't sleep, and he's got to take a lot of pills because he's so scared about the future. And these are movies that came out concurrently, sending the message that the Noah of our time is not being listened to. It is the scientist. And if you knew what they knew, you would be building your ark. You would be in your ark by now if you knew. But I bring this up because James Cameron is on the set of the Titanic on 9/11 eating a sub. And I'm thinking there's got to be a connection here. 9/11, Titanic, I can see that. But the sub made me think about submarines and this whole hunt for Red October, which is right now being played out on the world stage. And then you have Russia with this submarine and the Poseidon nuke that can set off a nuke tsunami. Poseidon releases the Kraken. I mean, the story is very well integrated, and these little clues are constantly popping up. Now I'm going to play a clip here. This is Jim Carrey. Again, we've been talking about Jim Carrey, another JC, and here he is talking about the significance of the number 33. We brought him up because Kanye West felt like he was in the Truman Show, and I went over to a Jim Carrey video. He was on Jay Leno a number of years ago, talking about how he manifested his life by writing a check for himself in the Hollywood Hills, up on a hill, writes a check, says, for $10 million for each film. He writes himself a blank check, puts it in his wallet, and then he achieves this, and he brings out this check that's all worn and tattered, and he shows it to Jay Leno. And I thought, this is pretty interesting. It didn't seem scripted, and it seemed as though, obviously he's talented and skilled, and that's what got him the gigs, but the idea that he manifested it by visualizing it is something that he brought up, and it's very consistent with his character, his persona. He's often bringing up these types of experiences, and here's a very interesting clip here. And it makes me wonder, are some of these people a mix of actors / puppets, and are any of them rogue? Do they ever express thoughts that are meant to be, or that ought to be kept out of the minds of the masses, or are they all just limited hangout operatives? But let me play this.
33 vertebrates in your spine. There's 33 years in the life of Jesus Christ. Substance that comes from your medulla, which looks like the Ark of the Covenant, has angel's wings around it, the whole thing. Trip down your spine to your sacrum, which is Christ coming down into human form. Yeah. And if you don't squander that essence, that sexual essence, it ascends again and goes back up to heaven, which is your thing. It's also the story of Santa Claus. Why he comes down the chimney is because this juice or this substance actually passes what's called the claustrum, which is where they got Santa Claus. So it goes down the chimney.
I never heard that one. I heard it was Satan's claws. Penguin Doctor says, watch the movie Sphere, Manifesting. Cool movie. I also recommend, and look, we have a recommended movie list. I'll have to put that on there. If you're in Discord, go ahead and do it yourself, or I'll get to it. I'll put it in my notes here. I want to watch In the Mouth of Madness again, because I think that movie explains quite a lot about this realm, this world, this reality. I mean, if we are even minutely responsible for directing, I use the term co-creation, but if we are in any way, quote, God, if we are manifesting entities, if that's what consciousness does, if it creates as it perceives, then a lot of this stuff has some serious validity. And this would explain why the MSM, which is the de facto church of the world, would be so insistent on holding the attention of all of these little co-creators. It essentially allows them to aggregate God-like power and creative control. All right, let us continue. Going through my minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. Okay, I have a question. By the way, McAfee's not dead, according to his girlfriend, or one of his girlfriends. If you watch the documentary on McAfee, it's on Netflix. But how is McAfee not Frank Zappa? Because here's a clip here, and this is Frank Zappa. But he looks and he sounds like a McAfee. I'll go ahead and play this clip. And this is another one of those individuals who seems to be kind of over the rails. Like one got away. I mean, what do you make of it? You have some of these celebs who seem to know too much. But it could be that the public is just too disconnected to make it.
School.
Okay, here we go. This is not McAfee. This is Zappa talking about mind control.
Schools train people to be ignorant with style. They give you the equipment that you need to be a functional ignoramus. American schools do not equip you to deal with things like logic. They don't give you the criteria by which to judge between good and bad in any medium or format. And they prepare you to be a usable victim for a military-industrial complex that needs manpower. As long as you're just smart enough to do a job and just dumb enough to swallow what they feed you, you're going to be all right. But if you go beyond that, you're going to have these grave doubts that give you stomach problems, headaches, make you want to go out and do something else. So I believe that schools mechanically and very specifically try and breed out any hint of creative thought in the kids that are coming up.
Interesting. Getting rid of any kind of creative thought. And there's a war on memes, as I've been saying here. By the way, we are on 24 plus podcast platforms. I'm going to put a link below. If you ever miss any of the archives, if you want to be up to date, no matter what you're using, whatever platform you're on, I probably have it covered. It's one of the things I've been working on the side here is our lateral expansion. I put a link there to podnews.net. Again, Infinite Plane Radio is on 25 plus podcasting platforms. Okay, this is an oldie, but there is no settled journalism. New facts need to be considered. And as much as the media would like to burn a lot of their blooper reels, they can't. Not as long as people like us are around to constantly remind them of how fake they've always been. And they don't improve that fast. I mean, really. Their special effects they leave a lot to be desired. This is a CNN hoax. You've probably seen this one, where they were pretending like a Scud missile was hitting. Again, this is from CNN. You're about to see coverage of the Gulf War 1991 live from Saudi Arabia. Charles Jaco.
If you need to take cover, I notice that you've got your gas mask in your hands. If you need to put it on, please do so. If you need to take cover, please do so. If you are able...
Now, I believe the trees behind him are basically fake. They look like they're from a hotel lobby. The backdrop is fake. He's conveniently holding a mask. The Scud missile hits, and he puts on his mask awkwardly. And I used to train people on how to put these on. I was an NBC NCO when I was in the military. This is a hilarious joke. And then his friend shows up, and he puts on his helmet, but he doesn't get the mask on.
Up in the skies, scanning the skies to see what they can see. Do we see much of anything out there? Can we see much of anything? Okay. Well, apparently there was some word of outgoing. Again, we cannot be specific about the direction.
Okay, here we go. Now he puts on his mask, and the other guy puts on the helmet. And it is they're claiming, though, it was not deadly. It was just fumes from the missile. And also note that the camera is handheld. Now, the cameraman has got to be a pro with his mask. If he can keep the camera that steady while putting on his mask, unless the cameraman didn't put on a mask. And you know what's interesting is this is exactly what we noticed in 2020. There'd be some reporter with a mask on talking about the public and how they're unwilling to socially distance and how the public's not obeying the commands. And then somebody walking by from the general public would say, "Why isn't your crew masked?" In other words, the camera crew, the people on the other side of the camera, yeah, they never bothered. So there you have it. The guy on the left has his mask on, and the guy on the right and the cameraman do not, but he's got his helmet on. Now, this was brought back to my attention because just the other day, this is a bit of raw footage from the BBC. It's a correspondent taking cover during a missile attack. So Putin launched a missile at this BBC reporter. Luckily, he ducks. And I just think that their timing is incredible. Hugo Bachego is broadcasting live from Kiev when the first rounds of the strike came in, and he ducked for cover. This is action here. Action-packed news. Doesn't look green screeny at all.
Okay, Hugo Bachego.
And now behind the reporter, you have a pile of burning tires and a burning tank. Not the same scene.
There, our correspondent in Kiev, obviously for obvious reasons, taking cover at that point. But just talking us through the latest on this.
Well, I hope he survived. She's so nonchalant. But this is all manufactured drama. I have been looking at a lot of the recent footage, and it looks like a mass casualty drill. I mean, the LARPing is off the chart. LARPing is live action role-playing. Mass casualty drills presented as real. All right, this is something I've brought up a few times. I've been talking about how on the Chinese space station, they have a mason jar, a magic mason jar full of water, and the water doesn't float away. Well, I found an explanation. The explanation, they say, is that surface tension will keep the water in the mason jar. So there you have it. That's the explanation. You can drink water on the space station from a mason jar because of surface tension. And they say the jar is velcroed to the table. Now, I don't know if this is an ad hoc explanation after the fact, some kind of, let's just patch this together, or if this is legitimately true, but it's, to my knowledge, it's the first time I've ever seen, like you could have a glass of coffee, you could pour some coffee while you're in space orbiting. Your hair is floating around, everything's floating around, but your coffee, your water, yeah, that'll stay settled as long as the surface tension isn't disrupted. Right. Again, that's from the Chinese fake station. Let's get back to the catastrophic event, because tomorrow again is the anniversary of William Shatner, Captain Kirk, going to space. William Shatner said, "My space travel filled me with overwhelming sadness." And here he is, huge smile on his face, having just arrived from outer space. But he's very sad or something, so he says. I mean, this picture just doesn't match. But I bring this up because Shatner had said on TV that he was worried that there's some kind of catastrophic event. The catastrophic event. He didn't say there might be. Shatner issues dire warning of a, quote, coming catastrophic event. Shatner says he was struck by the fragility of the planet. And that's a major psyop there. The idea that the Earth is fragile and that we are destroying it. That's a narrative that they came up with to frame their environmentalist takeover of free enterprise, of freedom itself. That's all. The Earth is not fragile. And this is why they showed you the Earth. There was this movement by Steve Brand called the Whole Earth Movement. And the Whole Earth Movement was premised on the idea that there wasn't a picture of the whole Earth. That we didn't have an iconic image to point to until they gave us one, but they didn't until a lot of agitation on behalf of Stuart Brand. It was called the Whole Earth Disc. Now, this image was taken in 1972, the so-called blue marble, but Stuart Brand started in 1966 saying we need a picture of the whole Earth. To NASA, he asked, why haven't we seen a photograph of the whole Earth? I was a big fan of NASA and of the then 10 years of the space exploration. We were in 1966. We'd seen a lot of the moon, lots of the Earth, but never the complete Earth. It was odd for 10 years. Why haven't they turned the camera 180 degrees to look back? So they did. And that image catalyzed the environmentalist movement as it exists today, with its adherents setting themselves on fire, lying down in roads, and engaging in a fascist takeover of the free market. All thanks to Stuart Brand. And Stuart Brand, by the way, he showed up again in another article I found recently having to do with the 10,000 year clock of Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos, another one of these, I guess you could say, Saturn worshippers. I mean, that's what I think they worship. But they worship this god represented by a black cube. I believe it's time or Chronos. The clock is pretty much an altar to this deity. Well, Bezos' $42 million clock was built into a mountain. And again, the number 42 has everything to do with Saturn. As we often talk about the meaning of the symbols, which I take from their usage. The number 42 is consistently used to associate their various launches with this deity, with Saturn worship. I mean, look, it's not me that worships the stuff. I'm just pointing out their symbols. And it's, look, a $42 million clock, that's a pretty expensive thing that no one's going to see. It must mean something to him. It's a 10,000 year celestial ritualistic clock inside of a mountain. It's called Sierra Diablo Mountains. The Devil Mountains. Imagine that. Now, the thing is, Stuart Brand, who I just mentioned, he's the co-founder of something called the Long Now Foundation. And this Long Now Foundation is behind this 10,000 year clock in the Devil Mountain. They think in 10,000 year terms. Now again, this is a thing that's built into the mountain inside, but there's one part of it that you can find above the mountain, and that is the, quote, capstone. This is from bazinga.com. How much will it cost? $42 million, a $42 million project in the Devil Mountains. There's a spiral staircase that surrounds the clock. And I even found an image of Stuart Brand in a purple robe, like worshiping the thing. Strange cast of characters. William Shatner, Jeff Bezos. Now, why William Shatner? Well, he's Captain Kirk. And I think there's a significance to the name Captain Kirk. I think it may even be associated with Captain Cook, a famed explorer who went around Antarctica, letting us know there's nothing to see here, all ice. Because these space explorers are there to do the same thing. Nothing to see here, empty space. Space travel is science fiction. It's a hypothetical. It's something way in the future. And this is to take your eyes off the ground and have you looking at distant real estate light years away instead of recognizing that there might be more here. They might be hiding from you. I don't believe he really went to space, and I don't think he's that great of an actor. But he came back down. He didn't seem all that perturbed, but then he kind of changed his tone, and now he's saying that we are about to experience a catastrophic event. I think the reason why Bezos sent him as well is that with Star Trek, it's about the new frontier. And I think what they wanted to do is to create the perception that the richest man in the world and all his rich friends see space as a new frontier, a continuation of manifest destiny, westward expansion. And that can't happen, like the movie Don't Look Up says, because capitalism is not sustainable. Freedom is not sustainable. The earth can't take it. It's too fragile. And this is why we need a catastrophic event. We need a catastrophic event because the rich people will use the outer space as a new frontier. They will become trillionaires, which will disrupt our political and economic system. And then we have space wars, which will ensure that this doesn't happen. But listen to what he said. It was among the strongest feelings of grief I've ever encountered. The contrast between the vicious coldness of space and the warm nurturing of earth below filled me with sadness. Every day we're confronted with the knowledge of the destruction of the earth at our hands, the extinction of animals, flora, and fauna, things that took 5 billion years to evolve and will never see them again because of mankind. It filled me with dread. My trip to space was supposed to be a celebration, but instead it felt like a funeral. Yeah, he felt like he was at a wake for Mother Earth, dead beneath him looking down. Meanwhile, Bezos is spraying champagne on the ladies that were waiting for him at the landing site. Shatner's trying to talk about the blackness of space, and Bezos is too busy thinking about mining asteroids. Going through some comments. Penguin Doctor says, an actor acting, what a concept. You know, for some time, I had been comparing William Shatner and Buzz Aldrin. I'm like, who's the better actor? Who's the better astronaut? And Aldrin's the better actor. He's convinced the world for more than 5 decades that he's been to outer space. William Shatner, yeah, he's an okay actor, I guess. But again, when it comes to being an astronaut, this is where it gets kind of, I would say, paradoxical, because Shatner spent more time in fake space than Buzz. And if outer space travel is all simulation, then you would have to give the better astronaut title to William Shatner, even before he literally went to space. Joined by King Rollo says the earth is flat and motionless. True. He says, watch 200 Proofs by Eric Dubay. I have a question for Eric Dubay. You know, Eric Dubay doesn't like NASA. I'm wondering why. Wasn't NASA started by Nazis? It just puzzles me. You know, you got someone who is tremendously in favor of National Socialism like Hitler imagined, ethno-fascism. He wants Europe to be just for Europeans, even though he's in Thailand teaching yoga. But again, he's totally a Nazi, but he doesn't like these particular Nazis, and I just don't know. There's some kind of a disconnect there. But I cannot de-recommend any of the research. I think people need to see it for themselves and think about it for themselves. I mean, many of these so-called flat earth proofs could easily be refuted, but the same could be said of the ball earth thing. And really, this is a matter of getting someone to ask themselves certain questions. Have you perceived it for yourself? And a lot of people are liars. I hate to say it. A lot of people will say, I've seen the curve. I went on an airplane. Well, I don't care who says it. They're lying. You cannot see it from that altitude. You're not high enough. Otto Hoaxer says 200 proofs. Is it 2016? Yeah, exactly. And the conversation is actually very evolved. I think it's way past that 200 proofs and anybody pushing a dome. I believe Dubé is a domer. And the dome thing is it's questionable. Is it biblical? I don't know. My question about the dome is, what's the curve of the dome? They say the curve of the earth is 8 inches per mile squared, but what's the curve of the dome? Does it have a curve? If it doesn't, it's flat. If the dome is flat, then it's not a dome. Doesn't make sense. David A. Pryor says, Shatner fake traveled at light speed. Aldrin only fake landed on the moon. Lame by comparison. Restless Bear says, people are liars big time. They are. They lie to themselves, and they lie to protect lies. And that blows my mind. I was talking to a globe earther who said that he was taught in school that the only moon in the solar system that doesn't spin is our moon. And he was telling me this authoritatively. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry, but according to the official narrative or official story with heliocentrism, the moon rotates on its axis every 27 days. You just don't see it. It's always turning when you're asleep. Just got to keep your eyes on that thing. But we never see the other face of it, yet they say it turns. They explain it as synchronous orbit, which I think is contradicted by tidal locking. Like, I'd like someone to explain to me how you can reconcile having tidally locked and synchronous orbit true at the same time. I think these are mutually exclusive. It's either or. If it's tidally locked, it's tidally locked. It's not spinning. If it's spinning, but the spin is disguised by a synchronous orbit, then it's not tidally locked. But yeah, it's spinning. And your solar system's flat. 99% of the people who believe they're in a solar system spinning around the sun don't know the solar system's flat. And they all think that they're clever. They're like, oh, well, if the Earth is flat, why are all the other planets round? They don't say spherical. It's not in their vocabulary, weirdly, because they should be saying spherical. Well, those planets are spherical by all of the pictures we've been shown by NASA, all the CGI, perfect spheres, all of them. Yet the Earth is not a sphere. The scientists will tell you the Earth is an oblate spheroid, chubby in the middle. The solar system's flat, and the Earth is an oblate spheroid, but every other planet is a perfect ball. Show me the oblate spheroid in space. Show me a planet that's an oblate spheroid. You can't. Mars, oblate? No. Saturn, no. Jupiter, no. Nope, all perfect spheres. Penguin Doctor says, I've got some dome glass to sell you. I'm pretty sure they were selling cut dome glass at the Flat Earth conferences, but only for the VIPs. I got into the VIP room at the Denver conference before they threw me out. They had a few people escort me out. In fact, when I walked into the Denver Flat Earth conference, I was grabbed by my wrist, and I didn't resist because the lady was, I knew her, and I thought she was introducing me to somebody, and she seemed like an old aunt. But apparently, they thought I was going to be a problem, and they dragged me over to this guy, John, who was a cop, and they had their eyes on me the whole time. They kicked us out of VIP even though I had tickets. That's how much they want to control these topics, because we would constantly refute the idea that we should assume there to be some kind of an enclosure above our heads. I mean, what a trick, to say, hey, there might be more land, but the instant people go that route, they say, but you can't go because there's a dome over you. Like, show me the dome. Although there is a cult, you could say, within the bigger flat earth movement that do believe in this dome, and they actually show glass to the members. I was actually let in on this by someone. Diana South says, if the dome was glass, wouldn't we be fried like ants under a magnifier? Interesting question. I guess the idea is that the sun is on the inside. But there are so many different ideas, and it's worth talking about because it's not uniform. They'll say the word firmament, they reference the Bible. I don't consider the Bible to be a geography book. The relevance to the conversation to me would be, how many Bibles would it take end to end to reach from the North Pole to the edge? Like, we really got to think about this. If you really do think the Earth isn't a ball, you're not going to solve it by going through old books written by the same people who write your news and make your maps. All right, let us continue here, going through my comments. Someone says, get the Fed app. Oh yes, Flat Earth Dave. Well, I think it's now changed to True Earth Dave. This is what's interesting too, is that the Flat Earth movement was blowing up until 2018, and the mainstream media put so much pressure on YouTube that they blocked the search filters. They cut off those conversations. They made it impossible to have all-night conversations about cosmography. They don't want us talking about the big picture, whatever you think it is. I think it's a travesty that they got rid of it, because if there's nothing to it, well, let us talk ourselves through it and eliminate it from the discourse. Why try to bury it? Not that they did, but for some they have. I mean, I'm not cowed. I never accepted any of their labels, like conspiracist. Do you remember you used to be called a conspiracy theorist because maybe you had theories? Makes you sound smart. But now you're a conspiracist. Conspiracism. Very clever what they did. But anyway, there's a Flat Earth conference next month. But it's not a Flat Earth conference. It's a, quote, True Earth conference. True Earthers. True Earth. They're hiding from the F word. Why? Is it to dodge the algorithms? I guess. I mean, that to me, it's like, what are you, crypto flatties now? You can't just say it. You have to hide it. And good luck on a rebrand at this point. To me, the word flat is the most effective meme that you could possibly have. It's the opposite of what they're positing. And it doesn't mean you know for a fact, but it's saying, let's start at ground zero and ask ourselves, have we really seen the curve? And I haven't. Anx G says, Dearth is the Forrest Gump of flat Earth. He's everywhere. Well, he's not at the edge, nor has he ever talked about it, and he won't say the word infinite. You know, there's some kind of order out there, some memo that was put out, because they will say he invented a word, not finite plane. He said maybe it's a not finite plane because they've been told not to say infinite. And in their latest documentary, it was called Level, they refused, this is to me, they refused to consider, I think this is insane, but I think this is, to me, this is an evidence here that it's gatekeeping. They refuse to consider exploration. They say you can't go. If you get on a boat, the Navy will kill you. There are guns. There's a radius, there's a perimeter of armed guards. And if you go too far, you know, penguins with machine guns, 360 degree, got you surrounded, you will die. Like, that's not a good starting point for a conversation. Just can't go there. Don't even think about it. And I think that's one of the keys here. Thought control means you don't let them have certain things in their imagination. Don't let them think outside the box. Keep them confined. Otto Hoaxer says, Sean telepathic Sasquatch baby Hitler. True. True. Sean Hibbler from Level. I'm not sure about the baby Hitler thing. Oh yeah, that's right. Hicks called him Hitler because his name Hibbler. And he uses the Nazi black sun, like the one behind Dylan Roof. Yeah, the Nazi black sun is the new symbol of the true earthers. Again, they can't scrap the whole Hitler thing when we're talking about geography. You know, ditch your Mein Kampf, ditch your Bibles, and get out your telescopes. You know, make observations. But I did recall hearing Sean Hibbler talking about the telepathic Hitler. No, I'm sorry, telepathic Sasquatch. Sorry, the Sasquatch apparently was in the woods, and he knew it was there, and he was walking out to meet it, and it stopped him telepathically and asked him if he was ready. He wasn't, and he turned back. I might find that clip. If anybody wants to go over Bigfoot stories or telepathic Bigfoot stories, I'm game for that. My only problem with Bigfoot, my main issue with the Bigfoot thing, is that the sightings mostly amount to nothing more than kind of a non sequitur argument. It could be a bear. In fact, before you jump to the supernatural, I think you do need to explore the more mundane and likely explanations. And if you've watched videos of bears, when you're not looking, they walk on 2 feet, probably most of the day. I've seen goats do it too. But bears walk on their hind legs. Not just at circuses, but they do it in the woods. And if you see some bears in the woods and they're walking like people, and it's late at night or early in the morning, it's going to look like a Bigfoot. It just is. because it's, they stand so tall. AJ Ryan says, "Hey Tim, can I ask you a question? Have you ever come across Wolfie6020 on YouTube, the pilot that tries to debunk flat Earth?" I have. I've listened to Wolfie and a few others. I've talked to Rhetoric. I've spoken with, what's the other guy's name? Fight the Flat Earth. And Fight the Flat Earth cut me off when I said the Challenger explosion was fake. Like, they won't even go there. They take everything that they've seen for granted. They exist on the world stage. They have a very insulated frame of reference, and no debate is actually possible with people on this topic anyway. You cannot debate the shape of the world with people who cannot entertain hypotheticals, or will not, I should say, because I'm sure they can, but they don't, or they won't. Their thinking is very limited when it comes to this topic. They'll say, what's at the edge? If the earth was flat, cats would have pushed everything off the edge by now. Okay, well, what's at the edge? You're asking a question, what's at the edge of the known world from your perspective? You don't have answers, ha ha ha. Well, tell me what's at the edge of your universe. If the universe has an edge, apparently what's the edge? Their answer is, I don't know. My point is, whether you think the earth is flat or a ball, you don't know what's at the furthest reach. There's a point where we have an area that is unknown. And we are the ones talking about the unknown. And they're the ones who laugh at the people who talk about what could be unknown because they've been told that we already know everything. The know-it-alls aren't really open to new information. The science is settled. Journalism's settled. It's settled facts. It's settled law. It's carved in stone. But in the new age, that's not going to be the new standard. When the Georgia Guidestones blew up, I said, you know why they blew those up? Because they don't need to carve their rules in stone anymore because they might be held to some kind of objective standard. Now they've gone to the digital monolith, which you can see at NATO. And it has the same exact message that the Georgia Guidestones used to have. But now it's in a digital format, which means they can edit the thing as need be. Travis Cloud says, Fight the Flat Earth cried when you said the Challenger explosion was fake. That hurt their feelings. You know what I find peculiar about that? They're so mad and they're so hurt that those people didn't die. I'm like, what are you? Psychopaths? You should be happy they're not dead. But they're more angry at you for pointing out the hoax than finding out that these people are alive. Like, it's good news those kids are alive. If they even existed. It's good news. A bunch of crisis actors got paid. Nobody died. Nobody cried. And they're like, how dare you? Because they're in the world where a bunch of kids got butchered, and it gives them political points. That's all. Something else about Fight the Flat Earth and his friend, Mick Toon. So Mick Toon and I were speaking once. We had a long conversation. It was myself, Mick Toon, Red's Rhetoric. And I was showing them clips from the space station. And I'd show them CGI. I'd show them glitches. I showed them the cosmonaut dropping screws in the bathroom and they hit the floor. I'm sorry, but it's 0G. Those screws should be floating around. But no, they hit the floor. They bounced. We showed them clips, astronauts on Earth Day holding a globe and they drop it and it hits the floor. That's not supposed to happen in space. Every single time I showed them a clip, you know what they would say? That's not my argument. I'm only talking about the Earth. I'm not talking about the space station. I'm not talking about NASA. I don't have to answer for NASA. They dodged it. They could not confront anything having to do with the fakery of space that you could discern as a graphics editor, video editor, if you've done Photoshop. If you're visually literate, you can see through this stuff. They're not allowed to. They have to confine their conversation to what you can measure here on Earth. It's not an authentic, real debate. King Rollo mentions bubbles in space. Scott Kelly was confronted about bubbles in space multiple times. And not just bubbles. Okay, so when you look at the space station, they're out there doing their spacewalks. And by the way, Tom Cruise is doing a spacewalk. The first civilian to do a spacewalk very soon. And it's Universal. You know, Universal Pictures, their logo's the globe. Universal is what Catholic means. Because the universal religion is the ball. That's the universal God proxy or God replacement. But when you look at these spacewalks, you'll often see bubbles in space. Now, the visually illiterate or the apologists for the bad science fiction presented by NASA, the overpriced bad science fiction, they'll say, oh, that's space dust. Or that's just you being a dumb flat earther. There's nothing there. Your eyes are deceiving you. No, those are bubbles. They're floating up like bubbles. And they can't understand it. They'll say, it's impossible. There can't be bubbles in space. Well, of course it's impossible. Maybe they're not in space. What about wooden moon rocks? I got into a debate yesterday about wooden moon rocks. How the moon rocks presented to the government of Holland were all petrified wood. And I had some NASA apologist, and he was actually commenting on something I said about the fake Challenger explosion. He's hitting me up about this, saying, you cannot say these rocks are made out of wood. You don't have any evidence. Prove it. And I showed him the NPR article that said, yeah, these were all tested by geologists. No response. No response. Usually they make something up. One guy made it up, a story about how, oh, the reason why they have wooden moon rocks in all the museums is the astronauts were giving away the real ones to impress the ladies. Like, that's not even written down anywhere. They call us the conspiracy theorists, but they make up conspiracies to cover up lies that they weren't even paid to tell. Like, you're not the one getting paid $50 million a day. Why are you lying for NASA? But when you look at the spacewalks, you'll see bubbles. I've seen a clip with a squid floating around in the back, no joke. Someone reported on it. Some believer in outer space said, there's a dragon by the ISS. I remember thinking about this. Like, if you aren't willing to entertain the possibility that the space station is fake, you might be led to arrive at conclusions like this, because there is this instance where you appear to see behind the space station looks like a dragon that someone had spotted, and it's just swimming around in the background. And I'll pull this clip up if I can find it, but they have a ship called the Dragon, which kind of hides the search result. Anyway, the thing moved like a squid to me. It looked like a squid, but it's far in the back, not a dragon. Anyway, what's more likely? A squid or a dragon? Well, dragons are fake, squids are real. There is a scale model space station in a pool of water, desalinated water. Could be a squid. And last year, Elon Musk did send hundreds of baby squid to space. So there are space squids. Maybe they let one go. But beyond bubbles, beyond squids, beyond these other anomalies, what unequivocally proves that the space station is underwater when they're doing these spacewalks is the lighting. This is basic visual literacy. Look at your light, like you have a flashlight, your headlights on your car when you're driving. Note how your lights work, how it lights up the environment. Then go look at a video of underwater at night, some underwater diving where they use lighting underwater, and you'll see that the light underwater is very diffused because, of course, the medium. And the spacewalks always have lighting that is very consistent with underwater lighting. Yet, all of their photography, not their live footage, or so-called live footage, not their photographs, but only their spacewalks give you the diffused lighting. Every other time they show you outer space, it's crystal clear. And when you compare these things side by side, it shows you discrepancies. Look at the zero-G astronaut with their hair floating around and compare it to somebody on a parabolic flight. There is no comparison. These are two different phenomena. One is fake, one is real. AJ Ryan says, I watched a few of Wolfie's videos and I didn't like his attitude. Look, these guys aren't credible. And a lot of them are really mad. And I think one of their techniques is to shame people. And to me, that's really not science. To me, science is about facts and presenting facts. It's not about attacking people for not believing something. Maybe they don't understand it completely. But these guys are not credible witnesses. I'm talking about Fight the Flat Earth, McToon, Red's Rhetoric, Wolfie, any one of these, Simon Dan, any one of these full-time professional flat earth debunkers, all of them believe in all the fake news. They believe in all the fake shootings. They believe in global warming. They believe in every single fake hate crime, even the ones that have been debunked. These guys probably mourn Jussie Smollett because he was lynched. Like, they're so plugged in to the world stage that they're not credible witnesses. They have no insight into the nature of this place because their reality is confined to the parameters established by the world state church. You're not going to get anywhere. Whenever I would debate them, it's only so I can point out to the people who are listening the discrepancies between the knowers and the believers. And the believers are nasty in every religious cult. They can be, the zealots. Clockwork 113 says cringe. Travis Cloud says rip Jussie. Yeah, rip Jussie. So sad, all those MAGA hat wearing Klansmen lynched him. You know, it's a good thing they did a follow-up story. Because we would still be, I mean, that's how it works. The media tells us what's real. You may disagree with it, but they're eventually going to delete anything that doesn't agree with them. That's why they can continue to lie. Because they know in the end, it's their lies that remain. Everything else will be mud flooded out. The next flood, the Great Reset, I think it's this digital book burning. King Rollo says, nobody's been to the moon. Is the moon even a landable object? The most interesting thing to come out so far about this topic has been more recently, and this is why I think Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs doesn't go far enough. It's way back. That's 5 years behind. Cutting edge would be Vibes of Cosmos, formerly Sturgio Studios 10. He's come up with a very interesting set of observations regarding the moon, and this theory that the craters aren't from rocks. These aren't impact craters, but what we're looking at are dark spots, and that the dark areas on the moon, which he contends is a projection within the ionosphere, represent the land masses, and that the white of the moon represents the oceans, the bodies of water. And what you're actually seeing is a negative map of the Earth projected from below by some, quote, black sun light source, which we see above. And he points to a cluster of craters that constitute about 1/3 of the entire moon's surface area and correlates those with our known continents. And they are arranged as the way as you would see them on a flat map. But if this is true, if the moon is a projection, then the continents that we live on, that we know of, including Antarctica, only constitute 1/3 of the land masses in this realm represented on this map, if that's what it is. But my point of it, the most interesting thing to me about it is that there is a correlation. There is a relationship between the shapes of these continents and that particular set of craters. It's undeniable. To deny it would be to engage in reality denialism. You may not agree with it, but it's there. Same with Mousegate. We had talked about fakery in space here, you know, like the green screens and how they can't see it or they won't acknowledge it. Well, the fact is, Elon Musk, for whatever reason, played a joke on everybody, and they put a CGI mouse on one of their rockets while it was in space at Mach 8. Now, this CGI mouse was easily explained away. It's just space ice. At first, I was told by Mick West from Metabunk that it was a video compression artifact. Okay, well, before we talk about what it was, whether it's space ice or a video compression artifact, let's just acknowledge that on December 6th, 2019, on the CRS-19 mission where SpaceX was sending a resupply module to the space station, on that mission they included mice. They were sending genetically modified mice to space. On that very mission, a lot of people reported seeing a mouse on the outside of the rocket. Now, when you look at the mouse on the rocket, it's a mouse. It has ears, it has a tail, it moves like a mouse. It is a mouse. If you say it's not a mouse, you're lying, because it is a mouse. Now, you may disagree that it's a mouse. You could say it's space ice, you could say it's a video compression artifact, but the fact is, it is shaped like a mouse and it moves like one on the mission that they're sending mighty mice to space. genetically modified mice, muscular rats, muscular mice, sent up there to, I guess, test the effects of muscular atrophy on mice in zero G. But the fact is, Mighty Mouse is a mouse that goes into space, and on the Mighty Mouse mission, they did have a fake mouse on the outside. Now, here's the question. Is it a fake mouse on a fake rocket, or is it a fake mouse on a real rocket? It was inserted real time. So that's the question. Well, if you don't want to be a reality denialist, but you still insist that space travel is real, to be logically consistent and to not be a liar, you have to agree anyway, that this was a digitally inserted augmented virtual reality mouse. It's a CGI mouse, like a CGI plane on 9/11. Yeah, this is a CGI mouse on a real rocket. Musk is hilarious. Like, that's the only rational explanation you can have for this, other than saying the whole thing is fake. Because nobody, whether they believe the Earth is round or flat, whether or not they believe in space travel, nobody can say that they believe that a mouse could survive at Mach 8 on a rocket. The big lesson of Mousegate for me, though, was that some people will lie to themselves in order to not acknowledge an uncomfortable contradiction in their perceptions. And that is a contradiction. But if you're going to say there isn't one there, you are gaslighting yourself and others. By the way, and I can go through this really quick on my Twitter, right after we uncovered this Mousegate story, and it was, look, this went viral. It wasn't just us. It went through a lot of different sites, a lot of newspapers reported on it. But I recall at this time, I was being followed by someone who worked for SpaceX. I'm going through my Twitter emails. I pretty much emailed or DM'd anybody on Twitter that had anything to do with the January 6th committee. All right, here we go. I believe I found him. What I'm bringing up here is an email exchange that I had with the head of security for Starlink. Again, Starlink, Elon Musk's constellation of CubeSats. Okay, I found him here. It's CS. Goes by RX Cole. I'm not sure if he's blocked me yet. I mean, I'm going to compile my blocked list. I'm kind of proud of it. Head of Cybersecurity, CTO at Inheritance AI, raising awareness of consumer privacy and the threat landscape. Well, he used to work for Starlink. And I messaged him and I said, hashtag Mousegate, tell Elon the IPS knows. Looks like he's changed jobs, but anyway, he was following me for some time, and he was only following a handful of people. Even now, it's only 70 people, but I was one of his follows. He hasn't blocked me. But anyway, he also had he was someone who was being followed by Elon Musk, and there were some actual email or Twitter exchanges between this guy and Musk. And I figured Musk might have put him onto us because we were being so critical of SpaceX and Starlink. This was the time that Starlink was supposedly starting to screw up the skies for astronomers, which just isn't true. It's part of the mythology. Echo says, speaking of gaslighting, Angela Lansbury was in the movie Gaslight, where we get the term. I didn't know that. I've heard of the movie Gaslight. Gaslight is the term gaslight, and she just died at 96 years of age. Angela Lansbury, she wrote Murder, She Wrote. But gaslighting refers to a movie, the term came from a movie where the husband was driving the wife mad by screwing with the gas lights. He would turn it down, she would say, did you turn it down? He would say no. And it just refers to contradicting somebody's perceptions repeatedly, lying in other words, but doing so in such a way that eventually they cease to trust their own perceptions because they're constantly contradicted. And they become apathetic. They become pliable, malleable, moldable, controllable. All right, let's go through some more headlines here. Jimmy Kimmel offers to make Marjorie Taylor Greene's biggest fear come true. Yeah, they're really going after Kanye. That's kind of the big story. Now here's a good one though. Founder of 8chan is facing death threats after going after QAnon. Ron Watkins' dad. You got Ron Watkins from 8chan. And apparently these suspected, I guess they're suspected of being Q. Like some people say it's Ron, some say it's, I know who Q is, I believe. But someone else who was formerly suspected was Fred Brennan. And he kind of broke up with the bigger Q community, it seems. Founder of 8chan facing death threats after going after QAnon. What happened is Jim Watkins, the father of Ron Watkins, had faked a couple of Q drops a couple of months ago. And this guy exposed it. As a result, he has been targeted with death threats. And apparently, it's so bad that Jim Watkins has actually put a $17,000 hit on Brennan's head. It says here, 2 years later, Watkins is suggesting that someone should capture Brennan and bring him to the Philippines, where they have ultra strict cyber libel laws. Quote, I found out the Philippines government allows renditions to the Philippines. It costs $15,000. It could be worth it. I could sell one of my cars. And that's Jim Watkins talking about paying to have Brennan extradited to the Philippines for slandering this guy online. And then someone else put up a $17,000 hit on him. And I think he lives in Atlantic City. China fuels final space station module ahead of launch. Now this is actually big news because China is completing their space station. And theirs is magic. You can drink water from a jar, from a mason jar, and the water doesn't float out. But it's significant that they're completing it now because this means that we no longer need the ISS because Russia and China cooperate. I see it as a power move. The instant the Chinese have their completed space station, they can shoot down the ISS. Let it fall. Going through some comments here. Jimmy Kraken Corn says how Angela Lansbury helped her daughter Deidre Shaw escape Charles Manson. They're all connected. It's all a big show. And speaking of Charles Manson, it's going to be replayed, I think, with this Kanye West narrative as it unfolds. Yeah, here we go. Says she navigated her daughter away from the murderer and cult leader Charles Manson. There's a few stories about Manson that I find very unbelievable. You know, who's the actor that played Machete? Danny Trejo? Or Danny Trujillo? Or Trejo. Trejo. Okay, he claims that he spent a night in jail with Charles Manson. And he claims that while they were in jail, Charles Manson hypnotized him so good that it was better than heroin. And I think this is part of the myth building that Charles Manson was a cult leader that was very, I guess the way they want to make it seem like he's kind of a mind controller. He's got some kind of almost magical powers, hypnotic eyes, and people just do what he says. I don't think that's the case. I think it's part of the myth here. But whatever the reason for the creation of this myth, I think there's a few reasons. Like all psyops, these are multi-pronged. But here you have Danny Trejo talking about the time that he spent in a jail cell with Charles Manson and how Charles Manson was able to mentally put people in drugged-like states.
Part in the book where you talk about meeting Charles Manson in prison, and you said that he could have been a pro-hypnotist. Like, these stories are unbelievable. What do you remember from that encounter?
He was, Charles Manson couldn't have done what he did anywhere else. Like you pick a neighborhood in London, a bad neighborhood. He couldn't have gone to a bad neighborhood in London and got girls to do what he did. They'd have pimped him out. I mean, and I have no disrespect to Charlie, but he was what, 5'5" or something, and he wasn't like a thug, you know what I mean? And the girls he got, they were all broken. My friend George Perry was up in.
Okay, well, no disrespect to Charles Manson. Now I'm trying to get to the point where he talks about the hypnotic powers. Here we go.
These broken girls that were looking for a daddy, and you're like, are you kidding? Or slap this little bitch, you know? And so would most of the guys.
I'm trying to get past the rant here where he talks about the hypnotism. It got to be pretty unbelievable.
Guys with knives, you're dead. And I'm not gonna fight you. I mean, Mike Tyson, I talked to Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson says, shit, nobody care how tough you are in prison. I'm the toughest guy in the world.
Okay, this is Dan Trejo, Machete, talking about prison. But the story that he recalls here it's in his memoir. And he recalls a bizarre incident. Here's the actual clip. Where he was, quote, hypnotized by Charles Manson when he was just 17 years old. Yeah, no disrespect. Well, Charles Manson was obsessed with the idea that we were running out of air, that the atmosphere was finite, and that there were too many people. And he brought out this idea of the Helter Skelter, which he claims was communicated to him through a Beatles album, which was the White Album, which ties in with a lot of stuff. You know, a White Album telling Charles Manson to instigate a race war by killing a white actress and her family and people around her and blaming it on Black Panthers. Again, Charles Manson was doing race psyops way before CNN got into the business. I've said before, he should have just gone to work for CNN. He wouldn't have gone to jail for his provocations, because that's what I think it actually was. I think this is just a psyop. Okay.
Denying that actor Danny Trejo has lived a rich and interesting life. Born in Echo Park, Los Angeles in 1944, Trejo became involved with drugs and crime at a young age. According to IMDb, he spent 11 years of his life in and out of jail on drug and armed robbery charges. However, while in prison, he took part in a 12...
Now, this could be fake too. I wonder about how many of these people, like celebrities who go to jail, rappers who go to jail, if it's not just part of their character being built, and while they're gone, they're taking acting lessons. But I often think that this is just, again, could be easily faked. But yeah, he's played this. Here we go. This is the same thing. This is the same clip, I think.
6. In a strange twist of history, Trejo and Manson had stints that briefly overlapped in the Los Angeles County Jail in 1961. He recalled feeling sorry for Manson, who was a small guy, greased.
Okay, I'm not going to spend too much more time on this, but I am looking into the Manson thing, and I can't believe how incredibly photographed this guy is. Here it is, guided meditation. And if you look at the interviews, he's never tied up. He's always got the long hair and beard, which I guess it's normal, but more often than not, Manson comes off to me as an actor.
High by using guided meditation. He then proceeded to hypnotize the group into feeling as though they were high on weed and heroin. And shockingly, it seemed to work. Trejo recalled, by the time he described it hitting my bloodstream, I felt the warmth flowing through my body. If that white boy wasn't a career criminal, he could have been...
So he felt the warmth of heroin flowing through his body based on the words that Charles Manson put out there? I mean, come on. Echo remarks the director, Roman Polanski. Yes, Roman Polanski, Rosemary's Baby. He directed that movie. Rosemary's Baby has the devil's child. And then Manson's killer, the witch Susan Atkins from the Church of Satan, rips the baby out of Sharon Tate, who is the wife of Roman Polanski, director of Rosemary's Baby. Not a coincidence. And what's more, of course, Roman Polanski is connected with the story of drugging with Quaaludes, his victim, and then, you know, he's been associated with that for the longest time. He did a movie with Johnny Depp, I believe, about more Satanism. But in Rosemary's Baby, she's drugged. She's unconscious when the devil impregnates her. All right, let us continue. We were talking in the Discord server the other night. Again, I'm putting all of those archives onto a separate podcast feed. If you go to the server, you can't miss it. And we were talking about world stage characters and how they're often just recycled. And here's a good example. Tesla, who's more myth than not, and you often see him carrying lightning bolts. And then you have Thales, which is pretty much an anagram for Tesla. And the resemblance is Thales is the one who discovered static electricity, often carrying lightning bolts in the statues that you see of him. But like Tesla, he was something of a free thinker against the grain. Now, he was credible. He predicted a solar eclipse, among other things. He had this idea that the universe was made of one substance. He said everything was water. But Thales is a very Tesla-like character. He's one of the 7 sages of ancient Greece. Very similar. And it's almost like Tesla is just a remake of Thales, who just invented a lot of things or came up with a lot of things associated with static electricity and this alternative cosmography. In Thales' case, he said everything was water, kind of implied that the world was flat, like a shield, not a baller. And yeah, he did predict a total solar eclipse, 585 BC. All right, Tom Cruise is going to space. That's the plan. They say we have a plan in development. Tom is taking a rocket to the space station. He's going to play a down on his luck guy who finds himself in the position of being the only person who can save the Earth. Very original. Very original. Isn't that the story of Moonfall? I think it's the exact story. All right, here's the clip I wanted to find. This is during the 9/11 attacks. James Cameron and Bill Paxton were eating, in a submarine on the deck of the Titanic. Now, were they eat? I think they were eating sub sandwiches. That was the point of this thing. One of the points. But again, he's on the Titanic set on the deck with Bill Paxton. They were doing a documentary called Ghosts of the Abyss. Just an interesting tidbit there. Again, the submarine associated with 9/11 and the Titanic, and the connection there being the next 9/11 will bring down the Titanic, which represents the West, or the Tower of Babel, which is the ISS, and the submarine, a reference to the nuclear submarine, which will deploy the Kraken. And that should be happening any day now. In fact, tomorrow, 10/13/2022, will be the 1-year anniversary of William Shatner's trip to space, where he talked about this catastrophic event that he feared, which makes me think that maybe tomorrow will be the day. Yep, Tom Cruise is going up into space. This is going to be with Universal Films Entertainment Group. The significance here, I think, is that Tom Cruise is someone who spent a lot of time with Stanley Kubrick. In fact, Eyes Wide Shut is on Netflix right now. I may rewatch it. You cannot overstate the significance of this. The guy who faked the moon landing, the guy that directed 9/11, has Tom Cruise in a movie, and then Kubrick supposedly dies. After 9/11, the very first movie awards hosted by Cruise. And he talked about, of all people, Kubrick. And I believe he was reading a quote from James Cameron. But anyway, here's an image from TMZ of Tom Cruise in a spacesuit. And it has these weird tubes plugged into the front of it. And, at first glance, actually, at every glance, it still looks like an alien behind him, holding him around the waist, like by his love handles. Does anyone else see that? It looks like Tom Cruise has an alien, like literally on his back. And it's got these long fingers wrapped around his waist. Like not maliciously, like lovingly, if anything. Strange picture. But Tom Cruise going into space, again, stands out to me for a few reasons, because if he worked that closely with Kubrick, who's synonymous with moon fakery, then maybe he learned something. Maybe he said or saw something. Maybe he was chosen at this time. I actually think Tom Cruise has a destiny. I think that he's a world stage character, and I believe that this trip to space was probably planned 20 years ago, if not before. I think Tom Cruise actually plays the role of, I think, in this space age narrative as it rolls out. It's been presented with a lot of songs by David Bowie, for example. The first music video in space was a David Bowie. Ground Control to Major Tom, Space Oddity. Well, there's a connection between Space Oddity, Kubrick's Space Odyssey, Our Journey into the Space Age, and David Bowie's song Starman, which was played on the Tesla Roadster sent into space. This is a story. Again, Space Odyssey is the journey of man into the space age. And Tom Cruise, I think, is actually playing the role of Major Tom from Space Odyssey. And Major Tom dies in space. Interestingly enough, you can find predictive programming for Tom Cruise dead on the moon in South Park. Then, in David Bowie's posthumous release Black Star, on that album there's a video where the character's on the moon and there's a man in a spacesuit. His face is a skull. That would be Major Tom. Again, I don't think it's coincidental, but we'll continue to follow the story as it evolves. But I see the predictive programming here for another space hero dying in a tragic way. In fact, on the new Tom Cruise movie, the Top Gun 2, you just watch the first 10 minutes of it. You will see in that 10 minutes, that's actually Tom Cruise playing the role of Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, who died a mysterious, fiery death. Some believe that that was a faked death, and that's a side story, but it's connected. My point is, the first 10 minutes of the new Top Gun movie, he gets on this experimental craft and he goes Mach 10. At Mach 7.3, he goes off the radar. Everybody laughs and they say, he went over the bulge of the Earth, because the Earth has a bulge. But in that scene, he's clearly, and this is all in the symbolism, it's all in the iconography, he is Yuri Gagarin. He's got the space helmet on. He lands in this rural area, just like Gagarin did after going to space. Gagarin goes into he lands in a field. Some girl walks up to him and says, "Are you an alien?" He says, "I came from outer space." In the Top Gun movie, he lands in this area, goes to this diner that looks like it's from the early 20th century. He asks for the phone, and some kid asks him, "Are you from outer space?" They even look the same, if you look at Cruise and Gagarin. But they recreated that for a reason. The first man in space begins the space odyssey. And Tom Cruise now being the first man, first civilian to do a spacewalk in space. Yeah, there's a story here, and it's continuous. It's contiguous. Travis Cloud says, Neil deGrasse Tyson recently made a comment about Tom Cruise ejecting at Mach 10 and how it should have torn him to shreds. Neil deGrasse Tyson is the world's biggest buzz killer. He's like, Santa couldn't do this. Santa couldn't. He's always debunking things, taking the fun out of things using science. Other times he sounds like he's making it up as he goes. Like I saw him in a basketball court. I'm talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson dribbling a ball, and he would say, the only reason it's bouncing back to you is because friction and the earth moving, and it's causing it to bounce back. Or he's like, the only reason why the kicker made the field goal is that the turn of the earth rotated, and it moved the goalpost into the path of the ball. And he's done that multiple times. How many times has Neil deGrasse Tyson said that the football game was saved by the rotation of the earth? Here is another one. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson explains how the Earth's rotation helped Cincy win. The Cincinnati Bengals' improbable come-from-behind victory is helped by the Earth's rotation, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil explains how the Bengals won the game. And his explanation is always something to the effect of, the Earth rotated into the path of the ball. Had nothing to do with the kicker. No. Why Earth's rotation affects field goals. I was actually listening to Star Talk this morning. I listened to all of the popular science podcasts just to know, the popular fictions of our time. Science is the opiate of the masses. And look, I'm not anti-science whatsoever. And I was kind of annoyed by a lot of the flat earthers who were anti-science. No, I'm not anti-media. I just think that media is being corrupted by lies. Same for science. But I'm going to play a short clip here. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson, who says that flat Earth is the result of a failure of the educational system. Just his goal. I mean, his explanation is that the teachers failed. And I'm saying, no, I'm sorry. Flat Earth is the result of a failure of the film production companies at NASA after they stopped using Kubrick. Okay, here we go. This is Neil.
As being harder for being farther away. People often think of field goals as being harder for being farther away, but that's not the main problem.
All right, this is, again, Neil deGrasse Tyson explaining the real reason why people kick field goals, and again, it's the rotation of the Earth, especially when it comes to the long distance kicks.
Does the angle of the player holding it make?
I can't speak with authority on this, but I would bet different kickers have different preferred angles. But let me just say, your foot, it has a round front to it, and the ball is round. And when round things hit round things, a fraction.
Now, again, much of what they say is sensible, but when he gets into the rotation of the Earth thing,
a round ball with a flat surface.
Was that an advantage?
Completely an advantage, because that removes the
why Earth's rotation affects field goals. And he's actually tweeted this several times.
That not engaged with a field kick?
So if you have a north-south stadium, and many are, if it's oriented that way, and the kicker kicks the ball.
Okay, this is the one. If it's a north-south stadium,
depending on how high and how long it's in the air, the rotation of the Earth can have a significant effect on its trajectory towards the goalpost. If you're trying to make
So there you have it. The rotation of the Earth in a north-south stadium will have a significant influence on the trajectory of the ball.
A 50-yard field goal, that's far away enough. And the ball is airborne long enough for the rotation of the Earth to deflect it to the right by 1/3 of an inch. Cincinnati Bengals against, I forgot who, was it Seattle Seahawks? In overtime, sudden death kick, and the kick went up, and everybody's heart stops, and no one breathes, and there it tumbles, and it hit the left upright and went in for the win, but kind of barely went in. And then I tweeted, I said, this game was won, assisted by the rotation of the Earth. And that forced...
There you have it. The rotation of the Earth helped Cincy win. Very believable. All right, I hope we can get to everything. If we can't, we will have to pick up later today. Not a big deal. I planned on this anyway. Late night, open phones during the day, catching up on the last 24 hours of the 48-hour news cycle, because they cram 48 hours of news into every single day. I have a clip here from Donna Langley, and this is Donna Langley, who's with the film company Universal in LA, and they are sending Tom Cruise into space. And she's explaining how we're all going to space with Tom.
Cruise is taking us to space. He's taking the world to space.
And this is the real purpose to it. One small step for a man, one great leap for all mankind. We went to the moon. How dare you say we didn't? Oh, did we? I wasn't born yet. Did you? Yes, we went. America went. Russians didn't. You see, they put this collective pride to it. Like, oh, we won the Super Bowl. No, you didn't get off your couch. You got up maybe once to eat get some potato chips, another beer, but you didn't win the Super Bowl. I'm like, no, we won. No, we don't get to take credit for it. But these are collective achievements. That's how these things are framed. And the moon landing's no different. And so Tom Cruise, this is my point. When Tom Cruise was working with Kubrick, I thought, Kubrick secured his legacy with Apollo 11. That he convinced the world for at least 50 years that you could walk on the moon. I mean, there's some staying power to that bit of film. That's quite a movie. And I believe Tom Cruise saw that and thought, I want to have a similar legacy. And what he's going to do, when Tom Cruise goes to space, I think it will solidify the existence of low Earth orbit and outer space. It'll undo all of the bad cinematography from NASA for the next 50 years. That he's basically going to secure his own legacy with this.
I think Tom Cruise is taking us to space. He's taking the world to space. But yeah, that's the plan. We have a great project in development with Tom that does contemplate him doing just that. Yeah, taking a rocket up to the space station and shooting, and hopefully being the first civilian to do a spacewalk outside of the space station. How did that?
All right, well, I hope he's practicing his scuba diving. Tom Cruise to be the first to do a spacewalk. I have a few predictions about where this will go, but we'll save that for later. I'm going to play a short clip here. This is Jimmy Kimmel. Last night they were talking about Kanye.
One of Putin's biggest cheerleaders in the United States, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's busy trying to scare voters to the polls. Clan Mom made an appearance at Trump's rally in Arizona, where she fired up the Magoon Squad with her take on the great replacement theory.
Okay, this is Marjorie Taylor. I believe she's dropping the grain. What's it going to end up being? Marjorie Taylor Stein? I've been thinking maybe Alex Stein is the reason for that. Anyway, let me go ahead and play this clip. This is Marjorie Taylor.
Joe Biden's 5 million illegal aliens are on the verge of replacing you, replacing your jobs, and replacing your kids in school. And coming from all over the world, they're also replacing your culture. And that's not great for America.
It isn't, because I kind of think it is. I feel like, you know.
All right, now that's just, again, I'm just playing that clip because the replacement theory was said to be the motivating ideology that got the Buffalo shooter to run down and shoot up the Tops supermarket because he didn't want to be replaced. And this was spread by Tucker Carlson, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Tucker was blamed for that shooting, just as the Batman movie has the main killer who's a radical and radicalizes his online followers. He kills the mayor. His weapon is a Tucker. The Tucker as the weapon of the Riddler is very significant here again, because the Riddler's the guy whose main symbol is the question mark. They demonize the word, the phrase, they demonize everything they can that they don't use. They don't like conspiracy theorists. Well, now you're a conspiracist. Using the symbol of the question mark for the new antagonist is very consistent with their MO. And the idea that the killer's weapon would be called a Tucker, probably not a coincidence. All right, let us continue here. I want to catch up as much as we can. This is Donald Trump. This is interesting here. He is in Nevada at a rally, and at 11:22, and this is the time that Kennedy was killed. Therefore, this is considered to be highly significant to the QAnoners who believe that Q is JFK. Well, here we have it. Donald Trump makes a Q in the air in front of everybody.
Corrupt people will never take a camera and turn it around and show them how many people are here. They never do it.
Does that mean anything to you? It means a lot to the QAnoners. They are high on peed-on breadcrumbs. And the QAnoners lie and manufacture evidence way more than CNN does. They really do. They're constantly playing videos of Donald Trump getting into Air Force One, and they're dating it yesterday. Oh, look, yesterday, Trump was on Air Force One. It's all a movie, guys. No, that's from 2 years ago. Like, why do they have to make up fake news? And I think it's because their whole movement is based on hope and LARPing. Mostly hope. Now, this might be a bit of a example of how maybe concurrent programming, but there's something else to it too. You have the bombing of the bridge, which was on Putin's birthday, and the secretary, or rather the Ukraine's National Security and Defense Council, they tweeted an image of Marilyn Monroe singing "Happy Birthday, Mr. President." Anyway, very stagey, probably very fake. And I saw something else along these lines where it just seems like some of these things are just too hard to believe. Like there was a stamp being released commemorating that, and it's like, wait, how long does it take to make a stamp? I've seen similar instances back when every single psyop was attended by a hashtag, like this city strong, Boston strong, Las Vegas strong, and you'd have t-shirt manufacturers pumping out t-shirts with the names of the victims. And I'm like, wait, how do we know the names of all the victims and get them on the shirts and have them worn by mourners the next day? Like you're at a candlelight vigil for yesterday's mass shooting and you're all wearing t-shirts with the names of the victims? Of course, nobody asks any questions. Again, this is from Dr. Fouché, PhD. I'm scared there's going to be a nuclear war and I'll be stuck in a fallout shelter with the unvaccinated. Waiting on that. That's going to happen soon, I'm sure. The fallout shelters will be your home, like the ubiquitous lockdowns of 2020, but with a completely different explanation. And then they'll be able to continue it. And they'll say, well, we're going to keep you locked down for the weather. And I do think that the environmentalists ought to be locking down now. Why would they wait? Why would they wait for a government mandate? If you really believe the stuff, if you really believe the science, you would be locked down. But no, it's not about believing the science. It's actually about conforming, and they need everybody to play along. Texas officer fired for shooting hamburger-eating teenager. Yeah, this was a pretty bad one. There was a teenager eating a burger in a parking lot, and a San Antonio police officer walked up to him and said, "Show me your hands," or something, and started just unloading his gun into him. So he drove off, and then the officer caught up with him and gave him, I guess he applied pressure to the wounds, but he wounded this teenager who was eating a hamburger. I don't know what to make of it. Trigger happy. Probably thought he was black. Funny, not funny. You know, but the truth is, this is the world stage right now, and everything the media presents to you is always just selective, if anything. It's like they don't care. They literally don't care about gun violence if it involves gang members and handguns, no matter how old or young the victims are. They don't care about violence in the subways. They don't care about muggings. They don't care about knockout games. They don't care about mobs going into convenience stores and looting. They don't care about any kind of crimes where people get beaten and it's recorded on Twitter. But they do care about very specific school shootings. Always very specific. They're always very similar, demographically speaking, when you look at the victims. And it's always the same weapons. And that's how you know that they don't care about the guns. The left, that is. The left doesn't care about guns. They care about control. If it was really about guns, they would be going after those guns. But they only want the ones that they have attached to the political right. I mean, guns are political props more than anything in these debates. Nobody's taking your AR-15. It's a red herring. And it's worth pointing out that Armalite, as in the company that paid $73 million to the Sandy Hookers, Armalite is complicit in the psyops, every single one of them, that involve their weapon. You think they would give away $73 million if they weren't part of it? If they were really against this agenda, and this goes for the NRA as well, they would be calling out crisis actors. They would be calling out the fakery, but they don't. And that tells you everything. All right, Tom Cruise going to space. Kanye West is being, exiled by Hollywood? What are they going to do? Yee's The Shop episode won't air because of more hate speech. And this is another conversation that's being had right now. I was listening to some podcasts, like there was one from the Daily Beast, just liberal left-wing trash, and I listened to it just to study it, and they're all saying the same thing. He needs to be deplatformed. They're talking about deplatforming Kanye. Again, this is, to me, like with Alex Jones, this is how they get the public to accept the need to purify the internet. This is, again, the infodemic at work. Charlemagne the God says, KKK Kanye, or KK Kanye West, chose to be a Nazi. He said that on the Breakfast Club. Justin Bieber distances himself from Kanye West after attacks on Hailey Bieber. Now, Justin Bieber and Kanye were doing the Sunday school, the church thing where they were praying together, Coachella and all that. Not anymore. Peter W. says Alex Jones ordered to pay $965 million in the show trial for a staged event. Yeah, like $1 billion for what now? And again, do you think he would be complicit? I mean, to me, I kind of think that he wouldn't go along with it if it was just. To me, there's no way with that kind of money involved. No way he would ignore the facts that would throw this case out. Like, let's see some pictures. Let's look at some of the, I don't know, maybe just one or two autopsy photos from one of the adults. They won't even show that. And why is that? We don't get any evidence. And like, look, you want to see real bodies, like I said, go to Twitter. You can find real trauma, real death, real carnage all over the place, but these ones aren't politicized. They're not dead crisis actors, which is what you're really looking at when you're looking at these 20 years of fake shootings. You're looking at essentially dead crisis actors, and fake dead kids' lives don't matter. Kim Kardashian paying security at kids' school after Kanye's online attacks. Fascinating. After DEFCON 3 on Jewish people tweet, Twitter, Instagram restrict Kanye West. What you're seeing here are stars reacting to it, and I don't think this is something you can walk back from. And again, I believe this is intentional. I think the White Lives Matter ties in to the Marilyn Manson performance with Kanye at Donday 2 and to the song Black Skinhead. It's all predictive programming, and it all ties in to the Charlie Manson scenario of Helter Skelter. All right, if you want to leave a voicemail, it's 833-311-1984, or if you want to call in live, we will be live this evening. Sign up for text message notifications. And if you want to join the Discord server, go to infiniteplanesociety.com. I highly recommend it. It's worth it for the memes, for the research, cutting edge research, and now we have the 24/7 chat room, which does have a voice room. And I am recording whatever's in the voice, and I'm putting it into a separate podcast called the IPS Insider. That's INCITER. Not insider, but similar. And the reason why we're doing this is we have a lot of very interesting talks that go late into the night, and sometimes they're multiple hours, too long for me to put my video editor. So I just set up a separate podcast feed, and they're all linked there. We have a lot of side projects, a lot of things that are being wrapped up. I want to go over all of our Mandela effect research. There's a lot. And when I say Mandela effect research, I don't mean we're finding all the Mandela effects. I mean we're studying the topic all around. It's a very fascinating topic, and I think it's relevant because it's really about perception and how we understand how memory works and how your memory is fungible. It really is. And if you don't think you're dupable, if you think you have a perfect memory, then you're primed to be deceived. It's like, show me a Mandela effectee that's good at spelling. You can't. And what's more likely? That there's a misremembrance or that reality's shifting? I mean, that's just a simple oversimplification of it. I think it gets a little deeper. We talk about, conformity. We talk about the influence of the person asking the question, the so-called interrogator's bias. I mean, there is quite a lot with this Mandela effect topic, and I'm not dismissive of it because there is a Mandela effect, but there's a question of whether it is what they think it is or if it's something else. We'll be working on the Mandela Effect documentary here very soon, among other things, and that's just something you can take part in if you are in our Discord server. Again, the room is called recorded voice chats. And what I'm going to do is after this live stream, I'm going to return it over to the 24/7, and I'll go ahead and play one of the conversations that we had the other night. It was myself, Pete Shea, Linda, and several others, and I think we talked about synchronicity, fake news, 9/11, among other things. Nukes being faked, yeah, that's a very important concept right now to discuss. How the public is terrorized by superstitions. Meanwhile, being told that they're very scientific. Like the more scientific somebody thinks they are, the more superstitious they are if they accept a lot of the things that aren't technically science. For example, is global warming a scientific proposition, or is it the Old Testament flood myth reinvented for the modern age? One of the things we talked about was Timothy McVeigh and his new identity as Paul Weisseball. Another interesting topic. Now, there are some clips from Kanye West from his interview with Tucker Carlson that were clipped, that were cut out for a few reasons, but this is one I'm going to play before we go. This is Kanye West talking about free energy. And I'm interested to see what people think about this. Is Kanye rogue? Is he off the rails? Is he a truth teller? Or is he playing a role, and is he the next O.J. Simpson / Charlie Manson? I mean, I think that's where it's going. I listened to him speak here, and you know, I get the idea that although he could be kind of a loose cannon, I think he might actually be in a Truman Show. And you might agree. I mean, it's like they can't quite control him 100%, but I think he is controlled, and he might be struggling against those controls. When he said that he felt like he was in the Truman Show, I'm like, yeah. He could be surrounded by so many handlers that it's tantamount to being like Truman. Let me play this clip.
More. I'll talk to him if I see him. Yep. But I guarantee you he see me. And I have visions that God gives me just over and over on community building and how to build these free energy, kinetic, fully kinetic energy communities where we impress, we put the least impression on the earth. We're not building the new New York skyline cockfight. That we are humble in the way that we present ourselves. We've got to rethink who we are as a species.
Interesting, right? And then you see him walking around in his new fashion, which is like walking around in the mud. And I'm like, interesting. He talked about the skyline, bringing down the big buildings, living closer to the earth, sustainable, living in the mud. Kind of interesting where he's going with this. Not quite sure. Anyway, this is Murder Hornets, World War III. I'm going to turn it back over to the 24/7.
I'm so tired of World War III. I don't care for this riot scene. I've got a fever of 113. Watching my neighbors turn into zombies. Food on my face makes me feel uneasy. The commie world order is totally sleazy. Shifty eyed Bezos counting his cash. his moon gulag. Nipsey, forgive me, I can't stay home. I'm going to the lake, gonna paddle my boat. Had enough Netflix, 4,000 lives. Walking around the food king don't satisfy my mind. Dancing nurses are boring me, wasting millions in PPA. No one is in the hospitals, you see. Must be practicing the dance routine.